that it's starting. Let's see if it's loading. Should be broadcasting. Let's see. Last live stream. Did someone check out if we go on to our channel? Are we live streaming? Do I do that? Oh, cool. It looks like we are. Yep. All right. We are back on, and this is session 20 of Fiend Spawn. I've got my screen going. Cool. I'm going to share through Zoom. And Travis, you know you're having some computer difficulties, but maybe do you have some notes for us from last time?
Uh-huh. Session 20. We are at 21 now, by the way. Okay. Session 20. I didn't put a title for that, darn it. Okay, anyway. Rosa and Steve kicked the Baron's palace front door in. That was awesome. Winter gets reluctantly inked. Rosa is the captain now. The guard runs away terrified. The dining room is grand. Short rest equals Snowfall can now fly and is medium. And Phoenix is super excited because now they can ride together. Vaclav is a player and then chokes.
Literally.
Oh, yeah.
Rosa wants to become a Kraken to impose herself as the Seamouth upon the Tide Lord when we enter the portal. We all enter. Okay, let's see. What does this say? Oh, yeah. And then Winter went off and found the treasure room before joining us through the portal. We all enter and land in the water plane. We're summoned to do a freaky death baptism. 1 hour later, we awake partially fishified. We can breathe and speak Aquan. We head to Astitius Temple, which is Astitius is the water god or goddess. Huge Kraken with only 4 tentacles is imprisoned in coral, and we ask it how to build the alliance. And Rosa asks, how do we restore primal magic to the spires? And the old one physically harasses Rosa to find intent, which we all fail to protect her. While we all fail to protect her, the old one and Rosa mind meld, and Rosa shows desire to free all species from injustice, and the old one gives up last ink for readings and says, "This is the Peacekeeper. Lead her to the Title Lord." And that's where we stopped.
Sweet. Seems pretty comprehensive. Curious of what else Ken might have.
Yeah. We did a short rest. Everyone was bathed in ink, much to Winter's displeasure.
Right.
Tried various means, including bathing in fire, to clean it off unsuccessfully. Agreed with the Kraken to meet outside in an hour. The Kraken summons water, and the little ones play in it. We move into the house. Man inside's terrified and runs away from the party. Baklov spooks him even further. We got food. Snowfall sheds his skin, gets larger, and sprouts wings to fly. We get some saddle equipment from the barn, as well as 2 horses for Vaclav and Loki, since Winter thinks they are slow. Vaclav gets fed by the new temporary party member and chokes and needs the Heimlich. Then we head out to accompany the Kraken. On the way, Winter notices oddity with the wall, and he goes, sneaks away, manages to open it, and finds a hoard of treasure, nabs a rapier, and sends Snowfall to fly back and forth to take the treasure to their room. Rest of the party goes to the portal, find a procession of Kraken, go to a small pool that dips below the floor. Vaclav gets in and starts drowning and appears to die as small Krakens gather around him. He is pulled out and then begins breathing again. The rest of the party goes through the same process. We all wake up, can breathe, move through water easier, webbing between digits, as well as some scales. Winter exclaims he had no idea he was a water dragon the whole time. Rosa swallows a shell and is able to speak 10 times louder, asks a question of the Kraken, but she does not know what to ask. Winter wants her to ask how he can grow into a larger dragon like Snowfall did. Rosa asks how to make an alliance between the Kraken and the people of the city. We get an answer, she gets an answer but does not share it with everyone, and then asks another question. And the water reader goes crazy, grabs Rosa, and the others prepare to attack.
Jasper,
Rosa
Jasper,
insists
out.
not to attack, and eventually the water reader dies. Rosa receives the scroll that says, "This is the Peace Seeker, leader to the Title Lord." And then I had two questions. Did someone get inspiration? I don't think we resolved that. And then what happened with Snowfall, but we might figure that out later.
That's right. Did we get inspiration? Did someone have to sign off quick? Oh, I think it was me that had to sign off quick, right? So that's why I went quick. Let's see. Looks like Ian said Rosa. Travis said Rosa. Ken said Rosa Vaclav Loki. Kevin said Winter. And Tabby said Vaclav Winter. Sounds like Rosa with 3 was the most. Rosa, do you have inspiration?
No, I used it last time.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you.
Cool. Glad I record those. I guess we could always just watch the video for an hour to figure it out. No, just kidding. But that would true. I was looking up like AI tools because I was using AI in Ken's game to help me come up with rhymes for my character, because my character likes to read poems, but I do not feel like writing poems in the middle of a D&D session. And there's apparently like a bunch of ones that will like summarize your session for you. And I was like, oh, cool. But then there's this big interesting debate about whether you should have AI summarize your session or if you should have players summarize your session. And I still really like having players summarize the session because often the summary from players is very different than I remember. And it helps me like focus on what the players actually want, not what actually happened, which is very different in my opinion. So I think that's really funny. So I was like, I don't know about that. But I was trying to find one that would like edit our big giant recordings smaller, but I've not found one to do that yet. Cool. So, recalling back to where we were kind of in that room with the blinded kraken that looked like it had just died after it gave way to the reading or that information to Rosa. If I recall, there was a bunch of other little krakens kind of around in the area, and they kind of all had observed this kind of go down and this event transpire.
Is Nick Kakus there?
He did not join you, if I recall. Yeah, he would not have joined you.
Really quickly, I'm sorry, technical question though. Where is this map? Was there a link put into the drive?
I don't know if it was put in the drive. It was put in the chat last time, and I will put it in the chat right now. This is the elemental plane of water on Shmeppy.
Should be able to find it in your games part on Shmeppy in the top left corner.
Yeah, if you click that little teal button, it should show you all the ones that you've like been to. I think. Mine might be different because it's all the ones that I've created, but I don't know if it's. Okay, and you might be logged in as me, Ken, so you might.
I'm logged in mine.
Oh, that's good.
I can see them all.
Cool.
So the old kraken is the one who gave me the scroll, right?
Yeah, and made you eat the pearl.
Oh, that's right. And the scroll is it written in Aquan?
It would be, yes.
So all of us can now read and speak Aquan?
I hadn't considered the reading versus the speaking, but apparently once you have gills, it allows you to intrinsically understand the script, because the script is related to the sounds and the movements of fins. So once you understand how to speak and hear it, you can automatically understand the text of Aquan. Yes.
Okay. And And then for clarification, I remember everybody was reading it with me. They were all looking over my shoulder.
Yes. I remember like classic family style. You were like, oh, I have a secret. And then everyone was like around you kind of a thing.
Mhm.
Like, you have a secret means we have a secret.
Yeah. And how is because the old guy is right next to me. What is his demeanor? Like, am I?
Yeah, she
I'm just
is.
wondering-
I think she's kind of like shell shocked, a little bit. Well, but can you make a quick insight check?
Yeah. Ooh, that's good. 17 on the die. 18.
Yeah, she seems surprised. Maybe not as surprised as you would expect based on what you saw. But you also get a sense of like worry on her face as well.
I look over. I'm like, what? I didn't do that. And I point over at like the falling pieces of the Kraken. I'm like, I didn't mean to do that. I can feel him talking to me. Like, I don't know how. He was just checking. I didn't do that.
No one blames you, ma'am. The Istisius spoke through her.
Okay. And I automatically look over at Baklov. I'm like, Title Lord?
Yeah, I guess so.
As you are
Me?
saying that, it looks
I'll
like
do
they're. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I said, who? Me? I'll do it.
You become the new title lord. You're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured. As you're talking to this older kraken, some of the other krakens there, I'm picturing they're like little small juveniles, like kind of like large weird tadpoles with like 4 arms kind of a thing, that were kind of like all watching around just because they're like little and they're growing into krakens. Some of them are like starting to swim towards the old kraken, and they're kind of like swimming like around her and kind of like perching on like her shoulder and near her other appendages, and they're kind of like kind of almost like landing on her.
Okay. And
Landing on Rosa?
Sorry, no, landing on
No.
this old kraken.
on the
Oh, okay, okay.
on the Kraken. So she's like the priestess, right? Like she's got the
Seemed
weird
like the head
hat.
priest. Yeah.
I say, so what now?
One of them will have to lead you. It's my turn to turn, and my turn to make the change.
Make the change? Where are you going?
There must be a water reader.
Wait,
Um,
you're gonna
And you can kind of
Vegas-
see that there's like almost like a mucus secreting from the small ones that are on her, and it seems like they're like starting to form and kind of like attach to her and kind of like turn into like a larger shape as these little tidal creatures are kind of like amalgamating onto her body.
oh, you got a little something. It's on your neck there.
It
Are you
is.
okay?
It is foretold. The next water reader will make the change, and she's getting harder to hear as the little tadpoles are kind of like covering up her face and like the places that she was using to speak. And she's becoming like harder and harder to speak, harder and harder to understand. Sorry.
We should go so you can go change. And I'm like,
yeah. Let's give her some privacy.
Yeah. Before
Yeah.
Rosa kills the new one.
no. And then as we're walking out, I'm like looking over at Vaklov. Are you mad at me?
Yeah, I'm mad at you.
Why are you mad at me? I didn't do anything.
Are you
He
kidding
wanted
me?
to kill the thing.
You killed that kraken.
I did not.
That was awesome.
That thing was gonna squish you.
It was not. It was not threatening. I could feel it.
You didn't know that.
It was my paladin sense.
No, it was about to kill you, and then you killed it.
You're not a paladin, Rosa.
I am a paladin.
No,
I
you're
took
not.
an oath.
Yeah.
I took an
And we're a
oath.
family. We're supposed to kill it together.
We weren't gonna kill it. I could sense it. You don't trust me, Vaclav.
Was pretty cool
Well,
how you
that's
killed
certainly
it just
coming
by
to a
looking
minute.
at it.
That was awesome.
Rosa, there's a small tadpole that's kind of like a little kraken pole. A little, I don't have a good word for it. It's kind of like swimming around you, and it's kind of like trying to lead you out of the chamber. Seems like it wants you to kind of follow it.
That's your friends there. And I pointed like the mucus cloud.
Yeah, and I'm allowed to have friends.
Yeah, so best case scenario, they're moving in with us.
No. This now we just have a home here too.
Oh, good.
I'll
Oh,
follow
like-
the little
Like
kraken.
we have a home in all of the spires, just like we're gonna go have a home. And I point to Winter at Winter Spire when we go find the dragons.
We had a plan.
Yes.
But wait, Winter Spire, that's your spire, right?
No, a different one. That's Lydia's spire now.
I thought you said Winter should never have a spire.
That wasn't me. That was Loki.
That was.
Never said he would never have one.
No, you did,
Get the
Loki. I
money.
remember. You said Winter should never have a spire.
We're following the larva. We're
Now,
like-
now, children.
We all agreed I would get a spire. We're going to the dragon one.
But we gotta like figure this stuff out first. And Vaclav, this is exactly like your plan. It never goes to plan. What was the plan?
Oh, shit.
Kill the kraken.
Well, it worked.
Okay, technically.
All right. Winter was kind of like following the small kraken, and then I picture everyone else is kind of like swimming through the water. If you recall, there's kind of like a huge like underwater like bowl kind of carved out onto the stone, and you guys are kind of at the base of, you know, underneath miles and miles of water where there's no light coming in from the surface, but there is like glowing areas of luminescent coral and other things kind of like kind of around the ground. The small kraken's kind of like taking you at a kind of like a roundabout direction, not really beelining for a particular area, but it seems like moving towards one of the more lit up, larger underground structures kind of in the center area, almost as though it's some kind of like partially submerged castle covered in corals. Very like a little dark Little Mermaid castle is kind of like what I'm kind of imagining. That's kind of like partially sunken into the coral as the coral's kind of like grown up around it. But you guys are kind of like arguing and talking and conversing as you guys are kind of like making your way over. So just want to put that in your head. Sorry. Keep going.
Okay, so Dan, so we understand it. We're following this thing. We're swimming. Is that just happening naturally for us? Like, or
Yeah, you guys all have a swim speed because you've been
okay.
turned into, you know, natural
that's right.
aqua water, elemental plane water temporary denizens.
And are we operating on like normal vision now, or is it still just kind of dark vision?
You'd have dark vision, but you can see the lit up things in the distance. Like how at night, if someone has a far off campfire, you can see it past 60 feet. I'm imagining it's kind of that. So you're kind of in this dark space, but there's like luminescent things kind of lit up, and some areas seem to be like more lit up than others. So you'd see like, you know, the castle is very beautifully lit, and there's other areas that look like they're, you know, maybe districts of a city or something kind of like separated on the ground, but you're kind of swimming over them because you don't have to like walk on the ground.
So are we outside or inside?
Outside.
Is this like can we tell, is there like a city, or is this
Yes,
like
like a huge city.
And is it like modernized or pretty primitive?
You could make a perception check. So I'm kind of picturing it's like a bowl, and you're kind of like flying from one edge to like, down to the bottom of the center. So you could like look around, but you're not like looking down onto the ground necessarily, unless you're gonna go fly down there, kind of, or not fly, but swim. Even though you're kind of flying because you're like in a Z height, is kind of how I'm thinking of it.
And how many are there other beings? Like, is there hustle and bustle happening, or
Sure.
are
What's
people,
yeah, so let me think of how I would describe that. 1 second.
I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of whether or not, as we're following this little larvae, are we like garnering a bunch of attention,
Yeah, right.
and being looked as threats, or are people don't even notice us? Like,
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. So I'm almost picturing it's like, Grand Canyon-esque, that you're like flying from one rim, kind of like down, swimming down to the bottom. So it would even take, 20, 30 minutes to make the entire swim. But as you're going, you can see that there's like sections along this, giant crevice that are like lit up more than others. And as you're getting close to some areas, you can see that there's like huge numbers of krakens of different ages, larvae, juveniles, and a couple even older ones that seem to be kind of like going about their businesses in like little shops or houses, kind of like moving from space to space. They don't seem to be paying you too much particular notice. They're kind of just going about their day. A big part of it seems to be like Kraken's kind of gathering up in groups and then moving from one section to another as groups. And you can see as they're doing that, then there's similar groups kind of like moving back to the other, kind of like in almost this like beehive-esque synchronized matter of like large groups moving around.
Morning, buddy.
oh,
Look.
okay.
No more self-sacrifice, all right? We make them sacrifice themselves.
Oh, I like that idea.
Uh,
That's something
Oh,
a dragon would do. Good job, Fuckluff.
I agree, but you realize, like, we were totally outnumbered. Bucklup, did you see all of those things? Like, they what were we gonna do? Like, what were we gonna do?
You
we're
killed
gonna-
one of them just by looking at it. I don't think we were in danger.
If we go down, it's not because we just give up and get hugged to death, all right?
Okay. I hear you. I'm telling you, something inside of me was saying, like, that had to happen.
That's probably just your psycho brain, all right?
It's called my oath.
Oh, your oath. Well, think about your oath to our family, all right?
Who do you think I
So,
made
hey,
it
hey,
for?
tiny guy, where are we going?
What are you talking about? How does getting squished by an octopus help the family?
Castle!
Castle. We
If
dicker until we
castles-
get there.
Yeah, I figured. I think the Al Soren would back up Rosa. She would say, Vaclav, the deities do speak to the believers. She may have heard something inside of her that gave her guidance.
Yeah, that works for you because you're a priestess, but Rosa's just a psycho warrior, all right?
Oh, I'm crazy now. And then, I go low blow. I'm like, see, this is why you and Lydia didn't like work out. You never listen. He never listens, Alsord. Just be careful. Just saying. Doesn't like strong women.
Well, when I meet a broad with a good idea, then I'll listen.
Al Soren, she would say, I thought Rosa had a good idea.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you're just here to witness, so just shut up and witness.
Oh. Duck Club! Don't be rude. listen to him. He's just upset. He's the hysterical one.
Boys don't get hysterical.
I don't think Vaclav's very funny.
Yeah, this is gonna happen the whole way, so we can keep going.
Yep,
or-
no worries. I just wanted to get Elsorin's piece in there for the record. Perfect. So you guys kind of are following the small kraken as it's kind of going along and swimming that way. You guys are noticing more and more about the city. Rosa, you asked if it was like primal or like more modern. It's kind of like in the mix. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of like regular cultural things you would expect in like a capital city, but it seems almost monoculture in that every person or every creature that you see is like a kraken of a various different stage of development. There would be some other sea creatures as well, like, you know, kind of like a giant starfish living in a couple particular spots, maybe some large like clownfish like creatures, or even like giant eels that seem to have their own little mounds or separate little structures they've built up kind of within the city that you kind of see as you're flying by. There's probably also like a large glowing jellyfish somewhere that's kind of like looks like it serves some particular purpose for the city. There's krakens going there and doing something, but you can't quite tell because most of your energy is focused on bickering between Vaclav and Rosa, and everyone else getting their little giant jabs. Thank you. In as you're going, you would be approaching the larger what appears to be a like sunken castle as you get closer, and the small kraken kind of like takes you up to one of the large entryways. It looks like a tunnel that kind of like goes down at a pretty severe angle.
Is it guarded?
Yeah, it would be. That's a really good point. There would be two probably larger krakens kind of outside the tunnel area.
Okay. As we're going, I'm assuming like Vaclav and I were arguing and stuff. As we're approaching, I mean, it's taking us the better part of like 30 minutes
Oh yeah.
to get there. At one point, can we just clarify what is our soul is really bright out again? Like, what's our attack word?
That's a good point. I don't remember what it was. You might have to explain it for everybody. I'm not sure they know what that means necessarily.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, so like in a different campaign, if anybody said the soul is really bright, it was our like we're attacking, like all for one and one for all kind of a deal. But I don't know, like I'm assuming like Vaclav and I would be going back and forth, and it's like he's like you should have said something, and I'm sure Winter's in there saying like, well, we were gonna kill it, and like I'm like, oh, we were just gonna attack it. Like, how are we supposed to know? Like, how am I supposed to know that was gonna happen? Nobody said the attack word. Like, what is our attack word?
In
By the
Infernal,
power of the child.
in Infernal, I say attack.
That's a little obvious, Vaclav.
Yeah, but nobody really speaks our language, so I think it works.
Okay, so but and then I bring up in this fight, right? Oh, everybody understood me thanks to the spell, remember?
Yeah, my spell.
Yes.
Well,
What
then
do you get
somebody
now?
else will say it. Yeah.
So somebody else will say it. Okay.
We
So
should
the-
have an agreed upon phrase.
So it's attack in Infernal.
No. My horns are burning.
Sounds like you might need some antibiotics.
Yeah.
My horns are burning. No one will know what that means until they're dead.
Then they'll know what it means, though, right?
Then they will know because they will be dead. I'm speaking to a voice that I hear in my head sometimes.
See?
Sparks is right there.
So it sparks, yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like that a lot. We should do that.
Okay. So
And
what
sorry, is it in infernal or any language, or is that not specified?
I think any language would. Yeah.
I just asking.
so is it? Are we going with the burning horn?
No. Well, so sometimes you're smart, but sometimes you're so dumb. I literally said my horns are burning.
How do we attack now?
Burning horns. Burning horns is completely different than my
Who's the
horns are
target?
burning.
How
No,
about
we're
we
not.
go?
All right. Here we are.
Okay.
Squids.
Don't say that again unless you want me to attack. I was ready.
I guess I'll call out to these two. Hey,
Wait,
one
those
side.
two?
We're here to see the Tide Lord.
You may enter. One replies in Aquan.
Well,
Yeah.
thanks.
Duh. Okay. Sparks is still around. How long does Sparks last?
An hour. Let me double check, but I believe
Just
it's
summon him whenever.
It costs a wild shape, though,
no.
right?
It's it's a resource. Let me go to features and traits. Yeah, summon wildfire spirit.
1 hour.
Yep, 1 hour.
Did you summon it during the water reader reading, or oh no, when you first came in?
No,
Right?
I summoned it right before I went into the portal. So
I don't remember how long you guys were unconscious. Was that an hour or 10 minutes?
an hour.
Oh, so
Okay, cool.
I don't
Well,
think any of us would know that.
you might be gone now.
yeah, I'll probably pull Sparks out then, just to know.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Heading inward past the guards, you notice that the path is kind of like going steeply down. There's not stairs, obviously. It's kind of looks like it's been like excavated, not like to a dwarven level of like crisp corners, but more to like a subterranean coral cave where there's kind of like sharp edges and things. But people are typically, well, not people, but creatures / people / creatures of different levels of sentience are probably swimming through it instead of like walking on the ground.
Right. Is it made of stone or made of coral?
Both, but mostly probably like dead coral stuff is kind of what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Cool. And every so often there'd be like a little sconce kind of lit. Almost looks like it's like a piece of phosphorescent coral that's kind of like stuck on like a little area, and that kind of like provides just enough light for the pathway every so often, instead of like a fire or something that might be burning. Okay, small kraken continues leading you through the portal, or through the pathway up until the end. This isn't quite to scale. It's just kind of like giving us a sense to explore through. And then it finally comes up to the end of the pathway. The path would probably be getting a larger and larger at this point, a little bit wider, and it would kind of come up to a large set of, I don't know, would there be doors underwater? It might be, what would they use to separate different areas? Maybe like a stone or something that needs to be like pushed and moved from the area. And the small kraken would kind of dart through a tiny little opening in this doorway into the other side and kind of disappear from the from view.
We're too big for that.
What just happened?
How do we? I'll knock. Let us in.
Okay. You're knocking and worried, and it looks like there is a kind of tentacles that start to kind of like go around the large rock that's kind of like in the way of the door and starts to like pull it back and move it. And with that, the doorway kind of like opens up and reveals like a large, very large subterranean chamber. In the back, let me zoom out a little bit. There is a huge kraken that is kind of like floating in the water, central to the back corner. Can everyone make a perception check and put it in the chat for me?
Oh shoot.
When I see the giant kraken in the corner, I say, Rosa, don't kill this one.
Noted.
Do you say that in
Not right
Aquan?
away.
No, and
Well, I was curious what Phoenix said it in.
No, infernal.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, we're on fire.
Yeah. Wow.
It's gonna be one of those days.
awesome. Where's my?
That's literally the lowest perception I can get.
I want to go. So, which one of you is the Tide Lord?
Ooh, it just gets worse.
Yes.
Oh my god! You know what's really great when the kid sees more than all of the adults.
Right.
Yes. Everyone else, I think, is just surprised. Maybe they're just thinking about the burning horn still. Everyone's trying to decide if their horn is burning a little bit, and you're not as focused on the perception. Phoenix, you're looking around. You would see everything that everyone else sees as well. You would notice, though, that this Tide Lord looks to be a little bit on the like long of tooth side. This Tide Lord is enormous, but it definitely seems to be aged, that you would kind of notice. And you're also a druid, so you'd probably pick up on some signs related to it being a kraken and some of its maybe wrinkles, or I don't know how a kraken can show its age. Maybe
It's got
Well, it's
milky
suckers.
eyes.
Yeah, and its suckers have all turned gray.
yeah, the suckers have turned gray. They've lost some of their luster. So those things would kind of like stand out to you as you're kind of like looking around. You'd notice there's like a small grouping of fish. Everyone would kind of see these fish kind of swimming around. You're not sure what's there. Phoenix, you would notice that these fish, they seem to almost have their fins damaged or affected. They seem to be swimming very slowly.
Oh. Okay.
The Kraken assistant to your side, Vaclav, says the Tide Lord awaits. And he
then
directly points at the large kraken in the corner.
I will point at the large kraken in the corner and ask the assistant, "Where's his cage? Don't you keep all the old ones in the cage?"
The Tide Lord is free to reign and wander as he desires.
All right.
Okay, well, everyone stay behind the assistant because that kraken is free.
All right, Rosa. Make friends or whatever.
Hey, what's wrong with those fish?
I
That
kind
could
of
be
push
the
her
time.
forward.
The fish are prepared
For what?
for
Dinner?
the Tide Lord.
What
When he gets
does
hungry.
he do with the fish?
They are his sustenance.
Oh, so the old kraken doesn't move fast, so he needs
The
slow
Tide
fish.
Lord is young and fit and will reign forever. And there's a kind of call from the other krakens, reign forever.
It rains here.
Rain forever. That's like then it would be flooding.
Yeah.
I don't think
It doesn't
the
look like
puns
you
are
guys
in.
are set up.
Flooded here.
Yeah, no, it would flood.
Oh yes,
for
I did
sure.
not know that tieflings were a punny race. That is one thing that I've learned throughout this campaign.
We are from hell.
Yes.
We
If
make
you don't,
everyone's life a living hell.
if you don't have inspiration, you definitely earn it for that Vaclav. I enjoyed that. Actually, they wouldn't say rain. Can someone give me like a? I'm thinking like a "Long lives the king, long lives the queen," but something that like the Krakens would say underwater. Anyone have a good idea?
Oh, I like that rain.
Swims something or other.
Ooh, float forever or that float. That's a little dead.
Yeah.
Swims.
Swim Eternals.
Like some distance.
Swim
Yeah.
Eternal.
Yeah.
That's what they.
Or like Eternal Tide. The Eternal Tide. Like
Yeah.
he is the tidal lord.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little bit low tide right now.
With every low tide comes a high tide, young one.
Oh, yeah. So what? Like, does he die like the other one does? And then there's a new one.
I'm gonna like grab his horn and pull him along.
Well, I'm just asking questions.
Perfect. Rosa, I believe Vaclav pushed you out in front. Are you?
Pushed me
Where are you
out.
leading? Are you taking the group to anywhere?
Is there a space that looks like it's dedicated for our arrival?
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, there would be like a little, I don't know, like a little, maybe pedestal or like area, like a little flattened mesa of some coral that looks like you could like stand on it for maybe an audience. And yeah, maybe the small kraken is kind of leading you over there. Would you follow?
As the small kraken goes up there, I'm like, well, I mean, we don't want to disturb his dinner. I mean, we could just maybe we should just retire to our rooms for now.
We have rooms? Is this our castle now?
And I'm talking to the small kraken. Like he's eating.
Is this Winter's new spire?
This would be fitting for a dragon.
A water dragon.
Yeah.
You know they're the smallest dragons, right?
That's actually, is
They're
that true?
tiny, Winter.
I have no idea if that's
No,
true.
not all. Not all of them. Some of them get really big because they live in water.
Really, like this big?
No, like the spire big.
You know, I'm a druid and never heard about that, but okay.
Rosa,
Druids only know about animals, not great legendary beings like dragons.
Rosa, you asked the small kraken if you should come back later, and the small kraken said, "Always dinner."
Your moistness, wake up! Come on,
Rosa, he can't catch you if you're worried about that. He needs slow fish like those.
Vaclav, I want to know how loud your clap is. Are you trying to be really loud?
I don't think you can clap loudly underwater, but
Oh, that's a good. Are you trying to like silently just clap underwater? That's fair. That wouldn't be very loud.
Yeah.
Trying to find some way that works. Hey Loki, hand me that loot. Smash it over your leg.
Take the hilt of my dagger and I pounded it on Rose's armor, like clank, clank, clank.
Like a diver tapping on the tank.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Rosa, if you're afraid, I'll go talk to him. I'll start
it's
swimming.
fine. I just.
Although I think Rose is only wearing studded leather.
So we're like we all work our way over to the dais.
Yeah, the pedestal, the little mesa thing.
To the Tide Lord's toilet that we don't know.
That's
We can see
literally
if he
the
knows-
sushi platter right there. That is the sushi platter. We all just put it in there.
Right.
Could see if he knows any dragons around here.
As you get closer, the Tide Lord would seem to be kind of like floating in place and not moving too much. Possibly sleeping, as Vaclav was insinuating. Seems to start moving suddenly, and one of its like huge tentacles kind of lashes out at this large fish, and it kind of starts pulling it back towards itself, and kind of like puts it into its giant beaky maw, and kind of like starts feasting on it, and the particles of the fish kind of all flutter around and kind of like fill it as it seems to be enjoying the meal.
Was it pretty quick or was it pretty slow, the tentacle lashing out?
It was pretty slow. Yeah, that's a good point. Kind of like went out. I think the fish probably tried to avoid it. Actually, let me see how good the fish did in its attempt.
And all the other
Probably
fish shapes.
heavily penalized.
Yeah, actually, it went out and kind of tried to grab a fish and missed. And then the fish swam away, tried to grab that fish again. This time the suckers weren't able to kind of grab on, but the fish trying to swim kind of like ended up swimming in like a little circle. You think maybe Phoenix related to its fins being affected, and it was able to catch it the third time. And that's when it pulled the fish into its beak.
Third time. Okay.
So I'm watching this go down. I'm like, your title Lord Ness. This is the Seamouth and her family. Hi.
You look different than the Seamouth before. And as he's saying that, fish pieces are kind of like spewing out into the water and kind of like making a cloud of like bloody stuff between the two of you.
Sweet.
Bring
me a bucket.
I feel like Phoenix actually says it out loud.
I can see that. Got his chum bucket.
And I say,
You would say, I think the title lord would reply to Phoenix, would you like some?
Pass, but thank you very much.
and I say, I am the Seamouth, and I have brought to you King Vaclav King, the new ruler of the
Star Lake.
what is of
Star
Star
Lake?
Lake? Of Star Lake.
You speak as Seamouth, but this is ruler of Star Lake? No, they are one and the same.
No, we changed that model as soon as I took over for the Seamouth.
As the Seamouth.
Look,
I am.
we can
the
see you're a
Seamouth
busy thing. Could you just not invade us anymore? We'd appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, and also, how dare you
He's been
question
doing
the
that?
Seamouth and the king?
Invasion?
We
It is
are-
necessary.
What'd he say?
it is-
He said, it's necessary.
Wait, this guy's been killing all the people?
Necessary.
All our
Why?
subjects?
You got all this ocean down here.
No tenos.
What'd he say?
He said, there's no tenos here.
I look at Rosa. What's a 10?
I don't speak Aquan that well. What is Tenos?
Phoenix, can you make a nature check?
Yes. 17.
Phoenix, this is the name of a lake plant that is referred to as like a seaweed that often gets caught on the fishermen's lines, and it's really frustrating and annoying, and it kind of fills Star Lake.
Oh. And he says there is no Tenos here.
That's what he said, yes.
Um,
I'm looking at Rosa going, what's a Tenyos?
yeah, looking around, like, have I seen any Tenos here?
Thinking back, as you're kind of like flying through, there was none that you saw. There may have even been some that like maybe there was a couple of little krakens fighting over a little piece that you may have seen on your way in.
I see. So I would be putting together that would be like what they eat?
Could be.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then as like
Exploded.
Some exploded.
Everything's
Um,
fine.
Everything's fine here.
We're all fine here. How are you?
That's definitely the voice you use.
Yeah.
Something exploded. Oh yeah, it's fine. Everything's good.
as Phoenix is like contemplating this, fully not knowing anything, I am pulling in the Vaclav Rosa dynamic thing. I'm like, well, we understand. That is why I, as the Seamouth, have brought you Vaclav, King Vaclav, because he is here to solve that Tenyos problem as the proprietor of North Star. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll sell you Tenyos from the other side of the lake.
What is, and then
Vaclav, when did you change your name?
So, how much Tenyos are we talking about here? Like 2 Tenyos?
Hundreds, thousands of Tenyos. Tons and tons.
A lot of Tenyos. I'm still looking around, like blinking at my friends here. My family.
Seems like Phoenix might know
Tenyos.
something. He said something.
Tenyos, that's a whole lot of Tenyos plants that we would have to try and find. You guys swim. Why don't you just go get it? I don't understand.
and why do you have to invade our land?
Yeah.
Wait, it's a plant?
Yes, it's the plant. Vaclav,
Plant.
King Vaclav. Don't you remember? That's the plant that you own as the king of Star Lake.
So
Your
actually, if you remember
Tenyos.
Vaclav's background, I had that like fishing expedition business.
Oh, you did. So maybe you would be familiar with Tenyos, or maybe this is a different term, maybe that you hadn't heard,
maybe.
or maybe it just clicked in. Sorry. Yeah.
You mean mudweed?
Nice.
Phoenix, you would know those are the same thing. Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Mudweed.
I mean, you want us to part with our mudweed? I don't know. It's a pretty steep ask.
It is
Isn't
important
that the
to our
stuff that nobody
culture.
likes?
But we do love peace.
The old sea mouse demanded that if we were to receive our normal 20-ton shipment of mudweed, we would need to invade Star Lake with 3 armadas. That will be commencing promptly.
It'll be commencing 2 hours ago.
Exactly. What became Seamouth was because I don't know how to tell you this, Lord, but you were getting ripped off.
Ripped off.
He was
How
using you.
dare you?
Oh,
No,
okay,
seriously.
So, we didn't mean ripped off.
No, seriously. Like, really ripped off. like
Are you grabbing his horns again?
like 4 tentacles ripped off.
Kid's a joker. So, what was the old Seamouth paying you guys before or charging you guys before the invasion?
The Seamouth, he made demands of us in order so we could continue our 20 tons is probably too much. 2 tons of Tenyos per month.
So
Wait. So
kill this guy or
I like wrap my
Yes.
arm around Phoenix.
the people that live on the land are giving the mudweed to the people that live in the water?
Rosa, can you make an athletics check to throttle Phoenix?
Yeah, I'm like, no, seriously, are you guys lazy? Like, it's in the water. Why would we get it and give it to you? You could
Phoenix,
just go get it.
I think you're probably throttled by this point. You can make a acrobatics check to try to escape out of Rosa's grasp if you'd like.
What was your roll, babe?
My athletics is a 20.
Ooh. Can you even roll that?
Mine is a -1. But I did roll a 15 on the die though, so it's not bad.
So your total was a 14.
Yes,
Oh,
total.
I thought you got like a -1 to her 20. I think she would like
No.
one hand just have you completely wrapped up. Perfect.
Yeah, and but it's clear like the kid is trying to say stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like doing the mom thing. I'm like,
Yeah.
keep going,
I picture you just have your hand over his mouth.
What they're not hearing now is my horns are burning. My horns are burning.
Now I think Rosa would probably know that's what you're saying, and that's why she has a death grip on you at this point.
So,
You sorry, Vaclav, you asked what was he doing. Yeah, he would reply, the old Seamouth would tell us dates and locations, and if we sank the ships effectively, then we would get our tenos.
see, I knew my fishing boat didn't just go down. I say,
What was the name of your fishing boat?
What's your
Lydia.
wife's name?
Oh,
Yeah,
Lydia's
Lydia,
Revenge or something.
yes. Yeah, the Lydia 2.
Lydia. It was after the divorce or before?
Before
First
the
one was Harlot Lydia.
Lydia's a bee. That's
What happened to Lydia 1?
She went crazy, Victor. She went crazy.
I say, she was poisoned by her sister.
and I'm like, really?
Emotionally.
Maybe I am the Seamouth now. Like,
the king, the title lord would reply, the Lydia 2, I remember sinking that ship. Smaller than the others. There was not a lot of loot.
Well, there was emotional loot. Anyway,
I'm ready.
All right. So let's negotiate a new contract. Fish. You guys have lots of fish, right?
We have many fish.
So want to go 2 tons of mudweed for 2 tons of fish?
Monthly?
Sure.
Done.
That
was too easy. 3 tons of fish.
Phoenix.
What?
You're still around. You can't say anything.
That's not the way to negotiate. I agree to your terms. Oh, wait.
Wait, I want more.
So that incoming group of armadas, can we retract those?
Yes.
Tide Lord person?
I can send them home. And then he does, he kind of like opens his mouth, similar to like the water reader, and kind of like sprays out some ink into the water. And as it does, it kind of like shoots off and kind of like moves quickly through the water that way.
Yes, I would call them home right after my nap.
Right after I'm done eating this fish, as he like slowly, just piece by piece.
He tries to catch it. Can't catch it.
Oh, actually, I like that idea a lot.
All right, I look at Rosa and I go, "You're going to be insufferable now, aren't you?"
Well, yeah. Did we not get what we wanted? You are going to be
here we go.
The best proprietor, the richest king.
So, Mr. Tide Lord person, can you send us home now?
The portal lays open still.
All right, I'm gonna go, guys. You want to go with me?
Wait. Lord. I also come on a separate mission specific to understanding the restraint of the magic that has been happening on our plane. Do you know of it? I believe that it is possible, and one of the main reasons we had to dispatch of the last Seamouth, he may have been the person who has been keeping magic from our whole plane, or at least a key member.
The magic from your plane has been blocked for much longer than that man has been Seamouth. There is a deeper problem afoot that connects all the planes together. Long ago, my great-great-grandfather spoke of a time when interplanar travel was much more frequent and common. We had not believed it or heard of it until this recent Seamouth discovered some way to contact us and eventually earned our trust and became the Seamouth of the city of Star Lake. We had not heard contact from the other planes for 1,000 years since then. Since this the Temyos has been coming in, we've been able to metamorphosize, become larger and stronger than we ever had before. It is much as my great-great-grandfather spoke of.
Does that mean you've been to the plains with dragons?
I've only been to this plane and this room for a very long time. As you see, I no longer fit out the doors. It is a heavy weight and responsibility being the Tide Lord.
Yes, yes. Well, then have dragons visited here?
In my memory, no. But I have heard tales of dragon visits back in the time when interplanar travel was more common. Most dragons never visited here, but there was a water dragon that occasionally visited and traded.
I'll be the new water dragon to visit and trade that.
I mean, Winter.
Mm-hmm.
Let's maybe you.
Like Winter
can-
was like, I'm leaving. Oh wait, there's a water dragon story?
Exactly.
Sorry, Tabby, I cut you off.
No, I'm reading. Did your Faticat actually took your dice?
Yeah, can you hear her?
No, is she playing with it?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Lucy. Faticat, come here.
Are we watching this?
Yeah, there she is.
Where,
Noof.
Rupert?
You see the die?
Oh my
No.
gosh!
No.
I think so. It's a little blurry, I think, the dice.
Sorry. So she walked into the room and then she like drops the D20 and then picks it up and goes in the other room.
What did she roll? You should have her roll for you from now on.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
I don't know when she's gonna give the die back. So.
It takes like 10 minutes for Vaclav to roll every time he has to make an attack.
I got my cat. Hold on.
Like, my thorn
My
today
dice-
is that combat was so slow because Faticat took so long to roll the dice.
I mean, you take your dice guardians really seriously,
Yeah.
man. Ooh.
That is awesome.
Okay, so we're good. Now that I've been able to broker this between you and the King Vaclav King, we're good, Title Lord.
Yes, we will expect the shipment of Temnios in 7 days. You can move it through the portal.
And we would expect our fish in 7 days, and you can move it through the portal.
As agreed upon.
Okay, all right. Thank you for doing business.
No anchovies.
Well, no, we need those.
No carp.
No.
Those were not parts of the agreement, young one. I think you have much to learn on deal making in the future.
No, I think that King Vaclav King has a lot to learn about negotiating.
Thank you so much. And then I'm like doing the backwards walk away without turning my back.
With
and,
the
like,
swimming,
Uh-huh.
yeah. Winter will tell Phoenix, "Hey, we gotta go check on Snowfall."
Yeah, we do. What was Snowfall's special mission?
Winter will sign it all to Phoenix.
He tells him everything.
Uh,
While you guys are swimming, you're signing and swimming?
We swim with our feet, not our hands. Oh my god.
yeah.
Ever gone scuba diving? Hello.
You're kind of a little
Um,
swimming weird because you have to sign while you're swimming.
I think Winter would tell him about finding some awesome stuff that Snowfall is getting for us, like Winter and Snowfall, but including Phoenix in that.
Yes. So Phoenix is signing back. Oh my god! Oh my god! That is awesome.
I think at some point Phoenix might say, "That much gold?"
No, he just said awesome stuff. He didn't say gold. He didn't say treasure.
Okay.
Perfect. When you guys are exiting the castle, and are you heading like directly back to the portal? Are you stopping anywhere else?
Winter is.
Winter seems to be very motivated to go back to the portal. I think everyone would notice that. And I think after signing for a bit with Phoenix, it seems like Phoenix is also very motivated to go back to the portal.
Yep.
And I'm like, I'm the one who's hanging back. So, how do I get back in touch with you all? Like, as the new Seamouth, what are my roles and responsibilities? Is there like do you have a scroll that can, and I'm like trying to find out, like, how do I continue in my job?
Yeah. Are you staying back in the king's chambers, or are you asking where would you be staying back to ask?
I assume like we would have people who are like, or krakens that are swimming us out, right?
It doesn't seem like they kind of like just let you go. And that it was just a little one that was leading you in there.
Okay.
You could. I was just asking, like, are you, as you're backing away, then you'd be like, oh, wait, I actually have some questions.
Yeah, I would. I probably would. I know
Okay.
that, like, because I'm like, what? So, how do you want to get in touch with me? Or Vaclav, I'm, as the Seamouth, I take my duties really seriously.
Yeah.
Some would say too seriously.
Perfect. I'm picturing Vaclav staying back just to continue teasing Rosa as well, while the rest of the party. Loki, are you staying back, or are you running off with the kids?
I would be with the children because I don't, trust them alone in a new space.
Yep, that totally makes sense. Perfect. Rosa, you're asking.
You should go help. Yeah, you should go help Rosa and Vaclav. They don't really know what they're doing. Loki.
Yeah, Loki, I just heard them. They just said, "Hey, Loki, we need your help."
Loki, you would know that to be a deception. I don't think you need to make a roll.
Loki, can't you
I don't
hear
think
me?
I need to roll that. Oh, right. Yeah.
Loki,
No.
I hear them. Hey, Loki.
Phoenix, can you make a performance check out of Kent real quick?
Yes. Whoa.
Don't I have a spell that does that?
Oh my
Performance checks?
No, the prestidigitation can make a sound, right?
17.
Yeah. Loki,
17.
Phoenix, you could tell, just did a very good impression of Vaclav calling for you, but it seemed like it was likely coming from Phoenix.
Yeah, because it sounded like.
And I say,
"You can help us."
and I like imitate Vaclav's voice, and I'm like, Loki, keep the kids out of trouble.
My ears
No,
are itchy.
but we're not in trouble.
Oh, I know. No, we're
They're
just,
in trouble.
we gotta head back towards the portal.
I can use minor illusion to make it sound like Rosa asking for help.
Sure. And what's your spell save DC for that?
Not high.
Well,
What's our
what's
proficiency? +3. So I think it's 13.
and is that what save is that Loki has to make?
I don't know if it says there's a
I think it's when you interact with it.
investigation.
Yeah, investigation.
Yeah.
Let's see. Investigation. I rolled a 20 and my investigation's a +3.
You definitely notice that Winter seems to have cast an illusion that what sounded like
Rolled a
Rosa.
20.
Good use of your 20, I think, right there.
Yeah, totally. A 23. A 23 on something that has no relevance. Awesome.
And so yeah, I like use ventriloquism to say to Rosa, or in Rosa's voice, like, Loki, the kids should probably just hang out here until we're all ready to go. Like, yeah, hey, is that a
I
fish
just
store
looked-
over there?
I look at Winter
Feel
and I
free to
just go,
wait, Uncle Loki. We're going.
Is that a fish store over there?
I think you need to go check out the fish store.
No, you should have said, is that a dragon store?
Oh, right,
exactly.
Sorry. You're right. I totally blew that one. Like as this shark swims by and be like, is that a miniature dragon?
I mean, Winter would probably look, but
Right.
probably not think that.
Perfect. Sounds like Winter, Phoenix, as well as with Loki, reluctantly with the other two, are heading back towards the portal. Rosa, you were asking about the best ways to stay in contact and continue negotiating and talking. I think the king would tell you that upon the 12th of every month, we'll have our great exchange. If you have a message or something you need to send between that, you can speak Aquan into your amulet, and those messages will be relayed to me.
Okay.
Come on, Rosa. Remember what Nana Hecate used to say? Never ask for
Rosa.
responsibility.
Yeah. And I'm like, of course, Vaklav. I just and what if I need to speak with you, and I happen to be like at North Fork, and not at Star Lake. Like, what if I'm at North Fork?
I can hear you whenever you speak to the amulet, no matter the distance or location.
Now, what if you're just speaking near the end?
It must be directly to the amulet in Aquan for me to hear.
Okay, I trust you.
All right.
I don't
So
trust him.
we'll see you in
I think 7 days, so I guess
10
it's the
days,
5th.
right? 10 days. All right.
I thought it was 7 days.
All right. And then I'm like, all right, sounds good. And Rockla, the kids. We gotta go.
It's all right. Loki's with him.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta go.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I hope that our deals may be long and prosperous.
Yes, us too. Great doing business with you. See you in 10 days.
On the 12th.
Very salty.
All right, perfect. Phoenix, Loki, and Winter, you guys head back to the portal first. I'm going to say that there's probably at least 5-10 minutes between the arrivals. So when you get back to the portal, are you kind of passing through?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, perfect. I'm not sure I'll need this map anymore, so I'm going to switch back to the Bastion at City of Star Lake. View as clear. Let me go back over, and we were over at the. Oh, that's right, over here. Okay.
Where is that?
This is on the bastion at City of Star Lake, and it's in like the
Yeah.
northwest corner.
Northwest.
Hello, and who else? And Phoenix. You guys were here. Winter.
Mhm.
Can you make a Constitution saving throw for Snowfall, please?
Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, no, he's like in exhaustion,
Oh.
right? Remember, you told
That's-
him to
yeah, yeah,
continue
yeah.
flying for as long as you can, right?
Yeah. That's true. Yes. So it's 12 on the die. I think he has decent con saves. I forgot what that is. He has a +2, so 14.
14, perfect. Can you make another Constitution saving throw?
14 again.
14. If you make the DC, do you succeed or fail? I can't remember.
You succeed.
Succeed, perfect. Can you make another
Uh-oh.
Constitution saving throw? I just want to know how long he's
Uh,
going. So
17.
wow, okay, he pushes through. Okay, can you make another Constitution saving throw?
13.
13,
Probably not.
perfect. Okay, cool. I believe you asked him to gather as much of the gold and valuables as he could and fly it back to the bastion, sorry, the spire, and put it into your room. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then keep doing that until you can't anymore, and then keep going, right?
And no, at that point, just he said until you can't anymore. I just imagined him being like the dog trying to get it and just keeps getting up and then collapsing back on the ground.
Perfect. Cool. Yeah. Winter, you arrive back in the portal, in the room
Sweet.
with the portal.
I probably would have tried to swim ahead a little bit. I think I have 10-foot faster movement than Loki.
And
Just
I would
to
be trying
arrive.
to slow him down.
Would you be
If-
trying to like grab on? How would you be trying to slow him down?
I would just be like giving him little tasks to do.
Actually, I'm probably 20
asking
feet
him
faster.
questions.
I'm 50.
Ask him
And-
questions.
Yeah, and like maybe even tugging on his shoulder once in a while, like, "Hey, what about this?" And just asking.
What kind of questions would you be asking about?
It would be a lot of stuff about like the water dragons. I hadn't heard much about them before. Tell me about it. And and how do you think the water dragons get here from another plane? And
That's good.
Yeah. How effective would that be?
I don't know. It's gold, so it's not. It might work for a minute or two, but I don't think it would. He's kind of like big ADHD type too, right? So he's like,
Why don't you do like
Yeah.
a persuasion versus wisdom check?
insight
I
or
guess.
something. Yeah.
Well, it's not
Probably like
just
an
maybe like do you
No.
have like a wisdom saving throw? Because I feel like Loki's
Yeah.
trying to trick Winter, but not like in a
Yeah.
bad way. So Winter's, and I think wisdom is where you're really bad, right? Or are you bad in intelligence?
Intelligence is bad. Wisdom is good. That's an 18 wisdom
Ooh.
saves.
let's see. And I did not roll well, but I am a bard.
When you do you have
Yeah.
guidance? I was thinking too.
I have
Maybe
a
both of
plus
you do.
10 persuasion.
Wow.
Oh, jeez, I have very little.
I'm going to end up with a total of 22.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Then I think I'm going to say that, at least argue, Ken, it's your character, of course, but it sounds like Winter would be pretty distracted by those questions. They're geared for him.
Yeah.
So maybe staying
Probably.
close-ish, but maybe a little bit ahead.
Right. And at this point,
Yeah.
my whole goal is to limit the splitting of the party. I
Mm.
don't get why he's so anxious to get back, but
And my whole
when the
goal-
two children are off on something and
They're
Yeah.
you like in their
My
eyes,
goal-
it's like flashing mischief. That's for sure. Sorry, go ahead, Travis.
So So as Loki is like, oh, water dragon stuff, then Phoenix would be like, there's a dragon back on the other side of the portal that we need to get to. So maybe Winter would be rolling with advantage. I don't know, just saying.
Well, would Phoenix want Winter to be going ahead? I feel like Phoenix would want to stay with Winter too. So maybe Phoenix might want Winter to stay because Winter's trying to go off ahead by himself and like ditch Phoenix
Oh.
with Loki. So I feel like Phoenix might be like, "No, Winter, you should stay with us. We should do it together." I don't know though, but that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I don't know.
I think if we hadn't gotten like split, then near the portal, Phoenix or Winter would say like in sign, distract Uncle Loki like before we're going through it.
Maybe this could
Good
come
one.
down to a single roll.
Yeah, I like that. Cool. Yeah, Ken, Winter, why don't you give me a roll for trying to get like your dragonness desire, which would probably be pretty high. So, I don't know. What would be like your? I want a check that's gonna help you focus on the horde ahead of you. Any ideas? Or what should you add to that? Or it can just be a straight 20 and I could just weight it that way too.
Yeah, maybe just.
Okay, cool.
I'll just roll 20. That's a 19 on the die.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you're able to focus. Phoenix, you're gonna try to distract Loki. We'll say you're a little bit successful, and Winter, you have a little bit of time exiting the portal by yourself first.
I'll immediately run over and see if the snowfall's around and jump in through the area.
Cool. Snowfall is right in the center of the valuable room. One of the piles is missing, and one of the other piles is like half full.
Hey Dan.
Yes.
Snowfall was going back and forth and back and forth.
Yes.
And Steve is chilling, walking around the mansion.
Who?
My steed.
Oh, that's right.
At any point, I feel like this whole time we've got one Snowfall with one mission in mind. I would contend that my steed would notice all of this going down. Has just been watching
at some point.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Can you make a perception check for Steve the Steed? He was left outside by Cinnamon and Silver.
Not outside. It was in the dining room.
Oh no! Well, according to the map, I believe we were prepping to go. And remember that they collected the two horses, and then we were like, should we bring them into the underwater plane? And we were like, maybe not. And then I think Steve was out there. But I think that Steve would certainly have a pretty good view of the sky if a dragon was flying as it was dropping gold coins throughout the sky. So I think it's pretty likely, unless Steve was pretty distracted.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. Okay, cool. I don't know how to get to my...
And even if he didn't notice the first 2 or 3 bit, like he would eventually notice the dragon flying through.
Okay, so
yeah, that's when Snowfall would be like, Steve.
Yeah.
Perfect. Let's get some bags on that guy.
And the 2 horses.
Yeah.
Cinnamon
and Silver.
Snowfall's no dummy.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Wow.
She's figuring that out. I can resummon him, and I'm guessing he just goes to like full hit points and stuff as if he's rested again, I would think, because that's what
is that what it says?
To full hit points. Yeah, well, I can resummon him if I use this feature again, or he's reduced to 0 hit points, and he remains there. So I can expend a spell slot to resummon him. I would think he'd resummon with stamina again.
So a spell slot. So if he's like dies, you can use the spell slot to like just pull him back.
And then he comes back to full hit points. Yeah.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
So I will.
Well, first I'm going to
resummon
find out if
him.
he's still there
Yeah.
because it depends on what Steve may have been doing. So that
Oh.
might be like super relevant, you know.
It was
That's
17.
true.
17, yeah, perfect. So I think Steve the Steed would have seen Snowfall the Dragon probably the second time it was making its flight, leaving the Baron's castle, Baron's mansion, flying through the sky. It looked like it dropped a couple of like gold coins and maybe a necklace on the ground as he was taking off. What would Steve be doing in that situation?
I mean,
We'll
Steve-
retcon a little back in time as we'll
no.
find out how Steve would be reacting to this.
Steve is Steve would not interfere, just be watching. But also if Steve would go in to protect Snowfall because Snowfall is part of the group. And so like say that necklace fell and somebody was like, what is that? Steve would like interfere and just kind of like, you know, maybe like maw at the necklace and ride off, you know, like trying to
Grab it and
keep
bring it back too. Yeah.
yes, like trying not to he's going to help, just automatically assuming that this is part of Rosa's group.
Got it. And if I recall, Steve the Steed can normally speak to you in your mind, but it's like a 5-mile range, right?
Yes, and not through the plane. So
Right,
as soon
so-
as the plane, yeah.
Got it. That's what I figured. So none of this can ask Rosa. So Rosa wouldn't have been able to find out or advise Steve. Perfect. So Steve sees the a couple things fall, probably outside on the grounds of the Baron's mansion. Is Steve going to go over and try to pick those things up?
Yep.
Where is he putting them? 2 gold
he's gonna
coins
take
and a
them-
necklace.
He's going to he's gonna grab them with his mouth and stash them in a bush.
Okay,
Like,
perfect.
he's just trying to hide it. Like
Yep.
he doesn't want anyone finding stuff.
And Winter can fly now. Or sorry, Snowfall can
Snowfall
fly.
flies.
Snowfall.
Yeah.
So Snowfall's flying. Is Steve following Snowfall all the way through back to the spire or waiting
Oh.
back?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Like eyes on the prize here. He knows that connection is no longer present. I think that he would know that, oh, she's not on this plane right now. I'm in charge. Here goes the kids' toys. We gotta make sure that they're not doing stuff that are bad.
Perfect. So then Steve would see a Snowfall fly back as well, back to the mansion, follow him back there. Winter, can you make a perception check for Snowfall? I'd like to know if Snowfall knows that Steve the Steed
Nope.
is... Nope.
Probably
Okay.
not.
Winter,
Definitely not.
Snowfall is pretty
He's too
focused on the
focused.
mission. Perfect. Flying back. Seems to be going there and back. Continues to drop things during takeoff especially, but occasionally throughout the city. Steve would start to notice that people are noticing the flying dragon that's dropping gold jewelry throughout the sky, and there's a big group of people that are kind of like following it as it kind of like goes to the Baron's house and back, and people are kind of like waiting for things to fall. Steve would know that seems like the game is up and he's unable to hide Snowfall anymore.
Yeah.
Um,
He's like, okay.
I think Snowfall would, without a check, would certainly notice that there's a large crowd of people below him. Would he like try to change his path or try to avoid them, or does he not even care and just continuing the shortest path between the two?
Yeah, he's not like really dumb or anything. Yeah, he probably would change where he's leaving from and the home and stuff. So that wouldn't take too long, but like
Yeah, can you make
he
a
would no
quick
longer-
stealth check for me?
yeah. 14? 14?
14? Oh, perfect. Yeah. I think there is a time or two. I'm picturing there's like probably 12 or 13 times that are like, kind of going like trips. And looks like he would be able to like skirt most of the crowd for that time, but they would kind of see him eventually. He has a dragon in the sky, and they would kind of all be kind of coming back and trying to follow him.
Awesome. Then I would I would resummon him using a spell slot, and say and talk to him for a minute. Like, good job, Snowfall. You got a whole pile and most of that one too.
And then as soon as he's resummoned, he gets his energy back. So he'd be like, okay.
Hey, sorry, quick question.
Yeah.
Are we still fish people?
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I believe that you are. It is still on you. I think there is a way over time you could change back if you'd like. I think it takes about like 10 minutes, like a ritual spell cast, to transition into fish person body or return back to whatever you are, tiefling, half demon. But I think there's always like a little bit of the fish that stays forever, if that makes sense.
And also, can we not breathe regular air now?
Yeah.
That's a good point. Because you were cleansed of the regular air.
So I have to lie on the ground for 10 minutes.
Like a fish, kind of like slowly. Yeah, I think you would. You might have to do that as you first came back. Yeah.
So then by the time I get up and go, I would imagine almost everyone is back, or at least Loki and Phoenix.
Yep, they're still down there, but they're on the ground acclimating as well.
Yeah, and
I'll be
definitely would have had a fair head start, because once we could see the portal and you were like ready to take off, I wouldn't be like trying to hold you back anymore. So
yeah, perfect.
Sounds good. I'll resummon. I imagine Snowfall catches me up on what he did and that people are, and then have him sneak out again. Go do that, and then I'm gonna look for anything I can carry stuff in. So chests, bags, things like that I can shove a bunch of stuff in.
Yeah, I think there's likely bags and a couple of chests as well.
Okay, and then.
Well, and the horses were saddled and would have saddlebags and
That's
stuff.
true too. They were outside. They weren't in the treasure room.
Yeah, I don't think Winter's thinking about that yet. So, be like, can't figure out a way to. Hold on. Run back, grab Phoenix, and bring him in here.
Okay, as he's still acclimating.
I'll be back, Uncle Loki.
Wheat.
Yeah.
So there would be a brief period of like, holy shit, are you kidding me? We're rich. We freaking rule. I'd be like, King Phoenix King. It's got a nice ring to it. So Snowfall. So now Snowfall's moving all this shit. Immediately I would be like, how much can Snowfall move at once? And then you're like, I got these bags and this chest. And I'm like, okay, well, we need more firepower here. And so, I would be like, horses. And so there's thought number one. Also, I would be like, there's like a bunch of like stuff as well, right? It's not just like piles of coins.
No, it's like a riches dragon hoard-esque.
Okay. I'd be like, so
so it's actually all the things that the Baron had been collaborating on, sinking ships that weren't paying his money to land correctly. And then the Krakens were taking. So it's like all sorts of shipwreck treasure that's piled up. So it'd be anything like that. Yeah.
Gotcha. So I would be like, we need bags of holding. We need bags of holding. And I would just start rummaging, trying to find bags of holding.
Yeah. Phoenix, can you make an investigation check?
Yes. Yeah. Not great.
What am I looking for?
That is a 13. We're looking for bags. Look for bags that are shimmery. They're going to hold tons of stuff. We can put all of this into a bag of holding.
Mine was a 14.
14.
I have a -2.
Perfect. The two of you don't manage to find any bags of holding like you were specified looking for, Phoenix. But you did notice one of the chests seemed to have some of a similar shimmeriness to it.
Cool. Travis is like mimic, but Phoenix would be like, let's check that one.
Winter will go right over and open it up.
Inside it feels like it's kind of like a regular chest, but it looks like the bottom is a little bit farther down than the floor, which seems really odd to you as you're kind of like looking into the base of the chest.
I'll like check it like twice and lift it up and look at it, like what?
Perfect. I think kind of as you're doing that, that's when Loki's going to kind of come in.
And let's see, that would be 10 minutes. So I imagine Vaclav and Rosa are probably getting out the portal right now.
Exactly. Yep.
That's 10 minutes.
Well, I think Phoenix and Loki were probably at a similar timing, but it's totally fine.
Well, Winter grabbed Phoenix before he was done acclimating to bring him in there to see it, so he could make a plan if he needed to for the adults coming.
I see.
And would Loki know where to go?
I picture you can hear them talking about the treasure.
And there's an obvious opening in the wall that he didn't see before because Winter didn't close it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
So that was like a secret door. I thought there was like a magical, illusionary wall there or something, but it's just a secret door. Okay, cool.
Perfect. Winter looks like it's some kind of magical chest. Oh yeah, continue. Sorry, Travis.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna start shoveling shit into that chest.
Yeah, as you do, it seems like the
thing looks bottomless.
The level of the chest doesn't seem to be like changing inside. It seems like there's always like another like half chest to go.
Yes. Fill it up.
It's not making it disappear, right? It's just going into this thing. So it looks like it's disappeared.
I reach in and pull some out. There it is in my hand. Throw it back in. There it is in the chest.
Okay. Throw it back. Yeah, throw a bunch of stuff in.
Perfect. Loki, you come upon Phoenix and Winter filling a somewhat shimmery chest full of a insurmountable amount of riches and gold.
I look at it and I'm like, is this what the hell you guys were doing? Rosa's gonna be so pissed.
Why would she be mad? We do so. You know what? You people, you adults are freaking terrible. We do something awesome, and you're like, "That's bad." No, this is awesome.
Not that you were keeping this from the family. That's what she's gonna be mad about. She's gonna care about all this
You
stuff.
know now. I was going to tell you.
Look, this is for the family. It was a surprise.
That's such like the classic kid to think. I was gonna tell you. It wasn't a secret.
We wanted to move it first, and then it would be a great surprise.
You know, I wasn't making these bad plans, so I had to do this first. But you know it now. So help us, Uncle Loki.
Yeah, go get the horses, Uncle Loki.
I walk over to the chest and I like check it out.
Sure.
I want to make sure that it like really. Well, I wouldn't have seen. I would go over and just inspect it and see what it's doing. That they're just dumping all this stuff into it.
Yeah. Can you make an investigation?
Ooh, an 18 and 3, 21.
Perfect. It does look like it's a fairly high quality magical item that seems like it is able to hold a lot more than what meets the eye. You kind of suspect that there might be something else going on with it, but it would take a bit more like closer arcana inspection and time to find out like the rest of its particular idiosyncrasies and things like that.
Okay. I will I'll start looking at it in more detail as they're shoveling stuff in, and I'll just be like, there's more going on here, guys.
Are you taking a shower?
Just so you know.
What do you mean? There's
Okay.
more going on
Well-
here. Yeah, use your hands to put more into it. Let's go.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna stop you. Just hope it all comes back out okay.
Wait.
Again, I'll reach in
What do
and
you
grab
mean?
a handful and go look, and then put it back in.
You think it won't come back out?
Phoenix, can you make
Okay.
a perception check?
Yes. Ugh. 14.
You took out some stuff before and it didn't seem to matter. This time it seems like it's almost a little bit harder to take out the gold. Like it was like almost like it was like stuck in there for a second, but you like pulled it out and you were able to pull the gold out of the chest of holding.
Okay.
I would spend the 1 minute instead of the 10. I'll cast Identify on it. I have that.
Nice. Yeah, because I would say like, man, that was a lot harder this time.
Perfect. I'm going to go for narrativeness. I'm going to say that the rest of the party is going to be joining in pretty quick, just so that we can all be there quick.
Yeah.
So that to
Sounds
include
good.
Rosa and Vaclav. So as soon as I'm going to say Phoenix, as soon as you're Winter, as soon as you're oh my gosh, I can tell I need my lunch. As soon as your identify spell is finished, that's when Vaclav, Alsoran, and Rosa kind of like walk in. You guys would see this vast amount of wealth on the ground. Looks like Winter is casting some kind of spell, and Phoenix is like staring worriedly at a large chest.
Yeah, now I'm trying to tip it over.
Winter, you identify it. This is a chest of holding. It can hold more than a bag of holding inside of it. But this one is keyed to a particular password. So you must, if you are not, you have to like speak a rune as you remove things from the chest in order to bypass the security on it.
Okay. And I'm guessing I don't have a way of figuring that out.
Identify did not tell you the particular rune, but maybe there are other ways to find that out. But I don't think it comes with Identify, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's just to get stuff out easily?
Correct.
Or is that? Okay.
It seems like it's not like a complete blockage. It like as a quick ramp up. So it's like the magic. You know, you take a couple coins out, it's fine, but if you try to like take a lot out, that's when it becomes much harder. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we hold off putting more stuff in this. Let's get those horses.
Loki,
hey Rosa.
where are the horses?
Well, they're probably dead, but no, we left them outside. They should be all ready to go.
Okay, again.
Like, what is happening here?
Loki is not getting the horses like he was asked to.
So, Winter?
Yes.
What?
We're rich.
What?
Help out.
I mean, so Winter, we were
This isn't
already-
helping. Go
we
get
were
the
already
horses.
rich.
Maybe a
We were
wagon.
already rich. Okay, so
This is Dragon Horde right here.
yeah,
And as part
Yes.
of the Dragon team,
yeah. Okay, so I was talking with Steve in my head, and thanks to your flawless plan, everybody knows you're rich now.
what are you talking about?
That's great.
yeah.
They'll know that I'm
No.
in charge then.
No.
Yes.
Winter.
How did they know that?
Because he's been dropping his hoard all across between.
Yes,
Manchester
because he is a
and-
kind and generous dragon leader who shares the wealth with the masses.
It's fine.
Hello.
We still have plenty.
Sure.
If you can't
So,
defend your hoard, you don't deserve a hoard. Let's take our stuff. Come on.
Okay. Well,
Yep.
I want to point out that amongst the horde, there are some other likely magical items that are like seem like there are more prominent spots throughout the horde piles.
also,
put
if
them
I recall,
separate.
the last time we played, Winter made it explicitly clear that Snowfall was ignoring anything like paper and not shiny. He was just only taking gold.
Oh, I could see that. I don't remember that, but
Yeah.
that sounds like something he would say.
So
Well,
can we say
I
then that
think
we recover the horde and cast identify on the objects?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah. We'll take it back to the spire.
Okay. As the group kind of takes out their horde and stuff, then Winter and the rest of the party would certainly notice that there's a huge crowd outside of the Baron's mansion, kind of like all waiting. And as soon as they see all these bags and piles of stuff kind of come out, there's a big applause of everyone kind of like waiting there for you. Looks like they're kind of waiting expectantly. I'm going to move the pieces over in front of the Baron's place real quick. Kind of waiting expectantly outside. Would you be doing
Winter's
anything
gonna
with
look
them?
at Rosa. Oh.
You're gonna look at me,
Mm-hmm.
and I say, what would I say? I would say, friends of Star Lake, we gather you here today to help in leading the reparations after we have committed a peace treaty, committed to a peace treaty with the Krakens. We have stopped the attack thanks to King Vaclav King and his incredible and resourceful negotiations. We shall be the most the most
Fish fed town. It's been
Yeah,
all the land.
the most fish rich in all of Star Lake. I mean, in all of what are we? The North? No, what?
City of Star Lake.
Yeah, we're in City of
No,
Starlight.
but what's
Yeah,
the
with the world's name and
Oh.
and all the
World?
land.
Is it like Olarians or something?
Olara or
Something like
yeah?
that. World map.
The Empire.
no, there's a world map.
Oop,
Yeah.
that's the wrong world map.
So
In the in all of the
Olara.
Olara,
in
yeah.
all of Olara.
All right, there'd be a loud cheer that would go up as everyone's super excited about that. Share the gold! You kind of hear someone call out.
And I say, oh, you mean the gold that you've already partaken in? You've gotten some of the payments, correct?
But only some of us. I didn't get any.
Oh,
All right. Listen here, you roundhead screwheads.
No,
Yeah.
fuck off. We don't call
No.
them that.
Whoa. When the boot was on the other hoof, you all didn't have the time of day for us, did you? You all kicked us around, you knocked over our noodle stands,
Yep.
and now that we bring gold and fish and we get rid of the Krakens, oh, now it's a different story, huh? Well, y'all should have thought of that back when we were just the outsiders in the wagons, huh?
The dirty tieflings.
Yeah. So I tell you what, speaking of reparations, maybe a little tax.
With a
You know.
1,000 freaking villagers out there.
Winter is looking at Vaclav, and you can tell he's never been more proud of him.
Yeah.
Right now, we're the ice of Olera.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't know about that. We were kicked around, so.
Mm.
For starters, we're gonna do a 1 gold piece per head tax.
No, no,
Okay.
no.
Boo! Boo!
Maybe 2.
Fucking 2.
Yeah, you keep booing. Let's see what the tax goes, huh?
That's right. You want 2? You want 2?
And I said, well, but we're still working things out, everybody. Please note that there fires. There's still some fires that need to get put out.
There's a lot of infrastructure in the town to rebuild, and we'll be helping with that.
Well, more directing, really. Your guys are gonna do it.
Vaclav, this gold can pay for it. We can tell them that's where it's going.
Now clear out of here. Go on, nothing to see.
What is what's her name? Alara?
Your person? Elsorin?
Elsorin?
Was she helping at all? Like, what is her?
Oh, she would have come back with the 3 of the you 2. Yeah.
Mhm.
Forgot about that. She kind of goes with Vox level, and I forgot about her.
Yeah. So I mean, she was along so that she could witness our deeds, and she's a respected member of the society, and anyway.
Yeah, Vaclav, you tell everyone to clear out. Some of them leave, but most of the people kind of stay.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna run up and kick one in the butt.
Okay, I am going to I see him going to he's doing the whole
Wind up for a big punt.
here, and I'm like, no,
Vaclav, I know the spire. It needs people to be part of it, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm thinking?
These people?
It doesn't matter who the people are. Do we get more power if they're in?
It does matter. See that guy right there? You remember that guy?
Okay, he's a dick. But the rest of them, maybe do that.
They're all the same.
Well, we get stronger when they join.
Vaclav, you're kind of going up there. There is a young woman, and she kind of comes up to you as you're getting ready to kick somebody in the butt. And she says, May I have a couple of gold? My father, he was killed in the Kraken attacks.
I spin her around and kick her in the butt. Get out of here, you beggar. Where was my gold? I was living in a wagon down by the river.
Rosa, you said you were going up to intervene. I'll give you an opportunity to intervene if you'd like there, or attempt to.
Yeah, I am definitely intervening. I'm like, Vaclav, no! Do I successfully intervene before? See her.
That's fine. You can get my
Yeah.
Like you're holding me back or whatever, and I'm yelling over Rose's shoulder. I'm like,
where were you when I was in a van down by the river? Yeah, got it.
Yeah. And I'm like, all right. Listen up, everybody. Listen up. Clearly, we are under new management here. Yes.
Yeah.
Does everybody agree?
Yeah. Here's some cheers about that. Baron's gone. Who's gonna live in his house?
So we are here, and we are going to institute a little bit of decorum.
Martial law.
No. there are some logistics that need to be thought through. Think about it all. There has been destruction and there it takes time to dismantle all of the greed and the atrocities that the Baron had put forth,
And the rest of you.
yeah,
And also to get all non-tieflings tattooed.
yeah, okay. Yeah, no.
I mean, we can kind of already tell if they're not.
Yeah, that's true.
For a long time now, me and my family have been oppressed by each and every one of you.
Persecuted by you.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. It's supposed to be real embarrassing for you.
The townspeople don't seem that embarrassed.
Anyway.
Oh.
All right. I push Rose away.
So, and then I'm like,
Look,
me and the rest of the leaders, we are heading to the spire. We need to figure out what is happening. Yes, you see all this gold. This is going back into the infrastructure of the new Starlight.
I look at her
Yeah,
like I'm
some of it is.
crazy. I'm like,
Wait, which one of you is in charge? Which tiefling's in charge?
Me. I'll be in charge. I stand up.
No.
I point at the giant banner of my face on the spire. Who do you think's in charge?
Yeah.
And I said, there is a balance of power.
I go,
Yeah, we are in power, and you guys can eat it.
Kid's got it right. Now, any of you screwheads who wants to swear an oath to the diabolical powers that is me, you can show up at the spire tomorrow at breakfast, and we'll accept you in. You can swear your oath, and then maybe you're gonna start running this town. Anybody who's got a problem with me,
And make sure to bring your donations.
everybody's got a problem with me and my family, well, you guys can come by at breakfast too, and we're gonna sort that out.
What kind of an oath? What do we have to give? Is it a blood oath?
I say something horrible. I'll come up with it. Yeah.
Do we get some gold if we swear the oath?
Say gold again. How dare you?
Say gold again. All right, I think the people are starting to disperse. Some of the excitement that they seem to be feeling is leaving a little bit, and it seems like there's maybe not as great of a taste in their mouth about the new leaders of their city compared to before. As
Let's get back.
the party, I picture you've loaded up the horses and you're piling in all these valuables in front of everyone as they're all kind of watching. Got it all into the chest and the bags, and there's you can hear some mutterings, like he called us screwheads. He's gonna tax us. Do you think he's gonna remember about that tomorrow? Are you gonna go with the breakfast? I don't know. Kind of lots of conversations like that, as there's lots of side eyes that the party is kind of getting through that.
Nothing different than nothing that we haven't heard before.
Hey,
Except
what are
now
you
we
looking
have
at?
the power.
What are you looking at?
All right, headed back towards Alsoran. I should probably say to you, Vaclav, well, thank you for the invite of joining you. I think I'll need to head back to my temple. I'd like to record everything that happened here.
We'll go. Oh, well, you can come up for a drink if you want.
What? I need maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll see you at breakfast.
Oh, yeah, sure. All right. You want me to walk you back to the temple?
I know the way.
All right. Well,
You want this, baby?
see you around then, I guess. And I like take a couple steps toward her, like I'm gonna, kiss her.
Yeah, I think you should say, kind of like avoid that quick. And she's,
Right.
did you mean that about the tax? A gold piece to everyone? That's a lot of money for some of our parishioners.
Well, maybe it could be a silver piece.
What do they get though? Isn't that kind of like just what the Baron did?
I don't know what they get from the Baron. I'll
Well,
run their kindergartens or whatever.
if you're just valuing yourself related to the Baron, that might not be the best way to determine what's the best outcome. You know?
No, I don't know.
Well, I hope that you find out. And she kind of heads off towards the temple.
Well, you can come tell me about your liberal ideas.
Vaclav's good at cooking.
Perfect. Head over towards, I'll bring up with our piles of gold, over towards the spire. Okay, what's next? Let's see. We'll do that over here.
Oh.
Winter's gonna go lie down on his gold.
Yeah, that's.
And then I think we want to identify all the items.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Here, let me
Yeah.
put us. Heck is. Oh my gosh, there's so much little pieces going on in this. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna move. There's already like we're on the map so many times. We're gonna go back to the big dining room that's kind of like deep inside the spire. That's kind of where we'll like reconvene with everybody there. So let's see. We have all sorts of people that I don't even know if I remember who these people are anymore. Winter Rosa, Snowfall, Phoenix, Vaclav, Loki. Ember's not here, but we'll leave him around, as well as Steve the Steed. Okay, we also have a couple of large... is all of the treasure in Winter's bedroom? Is that like the storage area?
The 1.5
I
piles
found it.
are in there. I don't
The
know
1.5,
about the
that's
rest,
for sure.
probably.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I imagine the rest we probably brought in here, or
I feel like we have to like physically like hold Winter down to take all that gold. So I'm fine with him just having it.
Perfect. Yep. We'll kind of gonna start at my little lunch here, so give me a second to take my fingers off the computer. But yeah, then all the gold's kind of going into Winter's bedroom, and then we're kind of like taking a little bit to connect with everybody, reconvene. Everybody kind of wants to talk to you. I feel like you probably want to talk to Wakefield, who I believe is the barber that Vaclav you deputized to kind of run the Cult of the Spire while you were gone, if I recall. So he might be important. There was a couple other tieflings that you originally had and you kind of left in the spire as well. You can also contact the other spire. Yeah, then and you were also identifying the items, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Let me ask, Tabby, did I give you a ring before that affected your did you get any magic items that were specific to paladins?
I have bracers of strength, and I have the amulet.
Okay, perfect. I had notes that I was like, I didn't think the note was true, so that's perfect. Cool. All right, give me 1 second.
Want me to pause?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it might be a good quick little bio break while I'm going to start on my food and while I get my paperwork in order.
And the bio break too.
So I remember like our rank within the spire. Etch said that like the way to rise up to the next circle is to fight the squid people or whatever, right?
Correct. That's also on my list. Thanks for reminding me. Yes.
Okay.
I'm impressed you remembered that. Wow. Yeah. One second. Ugh. Yeah, and he told you to like go and fight the Krakens, right?
Yeah.
Tabby, do you use
Yep.
a shield?
I have a shield. I'm not always using it
Hmm.
because my weapon is two-handed. I have to say that I wield it, but it's on my back.
I did pick up a rapier that I don't know what it does yet.
I do remember that.
Daniel, did you check our wish list?
I did. I was having some
Okay.
fun doing some making.
Cool.
I think we'll see how well I did. I also was
I
using
forgot
Chat
about that
GPT to help me come up with ideas. So there were some cool ones of like, that's good but weird. So I changed it around. And Ken, the your preferred weapon is longbows or like long swords or rapiers?
It's he uses both. He's done longbow and finesse weapons, but I think I already have a +1 longbow.
Got
If
it.
that matters.
So then you picked up the rapier then.
I picked up a rapier. Yeah. Yeah, I have a +1 longbow. It probably would have been so much better Winter didn't do anything because the crowd saw, which I think is hilarious, but it made it so funny.
I think it was very much of like what Winter would have done. So, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
optimizing is not really the point of D&D, at least in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. Just it probably hindered the whole party doing that, but it was a funny interaction.
I feel like that's Vaclav's whole thing, you know. I feel like every interaction would be better without Vaclav. It'd be more like efficient, but I think the story would be much less fun. So,
Yeah,
but I really
Winter
like
loved,
Vaclav.
yeah, Winter loved that speech by Vaclav.
Yeah. I like that, like, because we're oppressed, it's okay if we keep oppressing. That's basically Vaclav's message that he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not oppressing, it's just vengeance, which is okay.
This is justice.
Justice.
I mean, he had some good points. What did you do when we were poor and kicked us out? And
Right, and Loki was just watching the whole shit show start to burn down, going, "What do we do?"
I was like, is this crowd about to rise up? Are you gonna, like, slaughter?
Fireball.
That'll show him.
Right.
oh, Vaclav probably does have Fireball, doesn't he?
Oh,
Probably.
yeah. And wall of fire.
Oh, wow. Could have solved that whole, you know, widows and children thing. Oh, well, now we don't have to feed them.
I was like, do I have to turn everyone invisible? What do we...
Right. Maybe without Rosa stepping in there, that we may have needed that.
Is Travis around, or is he?
He probably went in the bathroom.
We went to the bathroom. Dan, something I'm thinking about, like when we're in the spire, Rosa's planning on reaching out to Restore and find out what's going on at the other spire and how charged up is it.
And if I recall, the people in the other spire were like the 3 people you rescued. And that was the only people that were left there. Is that right?
No, I also have that one orc that I'm paying.
Oh, he's not in the spire though. He's in the city, North Fork,
He's
right?
in the city, and then and Lydia. I gave Lydia access to the spire.
Did you?
Yeah, that was like the
Okay, how does she get there?
Because I thought you left the spire and you were like, "Oh, we should go tell everyone in North Fork," and then you didn't. That's what I recall.
Okay.
Because I don't think you have any direct line of news from North Fork aside
no,
from a caravan or something.
It was, I had given a message to the orc to go to Lydia at the greenhouse. Because he was at the point, like not at the spire, but like when we were going to the spire.
I remember that. But the message was something like, tell Lydia, like, we're going to the spire. Because by then you hadn't, like, found it and knew that you secured it.
Correct.
But I would imagine there is trade between the 2 cities, so you might have, like, heard something in a more typical message route. But I don't think Restore would necessarily know what Lydia's up to, if that makes sense.
Yes.
But Restore would know, because I thought there was, like, 3 of the prisoners, that like, the blood prisoners that you had, like, rescued. And, like, one of them was, like, you guys are stupid, I'm leaving, and then 2 of them stayed. I think, is that right?
Yeah, there were 3. It was like, it's the, Boggin, Rizvet, and Halbrek.
Right.
And all three of them were from the three different factions of like deities: Saint Cuthbert's, Halor, and Morden's temples. We were waiting for you. Travis is back.
Perfect. All right. Okay, I have things in there mostly set, but if you, well, we'll see. Ken, you were, or sorry, Winter was investigating his rapier. It is a rapier of pure bloodlines,
Cool.
likely salvaged from a shipwreck or kept as a centerpiece of the Baron's collection. It is a +1 rapier, and it deals plus 1d8 radiant damage to tieflings and fiends. If it becomes attuned by a tiefling, it becomes a +2 weapon of vengeance, but it will attempt to fight back against its owner occasionally. It also gives a bonus cast of Hunter's Mark, and it can effectively concentrate on Hunter's Mark, the item will, if it's continued to be wielded by the user. I put that in the chat mostly. I think I forgot to add that it's radiant damage.
Is the bonus radiant or all radiant?
Sorry, just the bonus.
Okay.
I think I can edit my. Oh, I can. +1d8 radiant. I spelled radiant right, but. And I didn't add it specifically, but it seems like it's pretty anti-tiefling. But it will. There may be additional effects that are not listed, but that's generally true for any magical item that I make.
Sounds good.
Definitely need that.
All right. There is also a circlet made out of coral. The Coral Heart Circlet. Oh, it's going to mess up my formatting, of course. I'll put it in. Okay. It is a circlet made of living red coral that subtly shifts in texture and shape with your emotions. If you attune it, it gives you an additional use of wild shape per day. While you're a wild shape, you gain resistance to a element of your choice as you wild shape, and it makes all of your attacks count as magical. Once per long rest, you can cast Watery Sphere without spell slots or components, and the coral records the last words spoken in its presence while underwater, whispering them back softly.
Oh, shit.
There was also a Shield of the Undertide Oath. And it sounds like you don't use shields that often, Tabby, but I'm going to say it has its bonuses even when it's on your back, as long as it's attuned to you. So, except for, I guess, not for the AC. It is a +1 bonus to AC, but while it's attuned, if you make any sworn oath or promise that you have no intention of breaking, you gain advantage on persuasion checks to make that oath. Once per long rest, as a reaction to seeing an ally fall below 0 hit points, you gain an additional use of your channel divinity. If you ever violate a sworn oath made with the Shield of the Undertide Oath by your own actions, the shield rusts and loses its magic until atoned for.
Ooh.
Wow.
Mm.
All right. There is also a Sea Harp of Bitter Echoes. Bitter Echoes, yeah, exactly. The elegant harp is made from driftwood and siren hair strings. When played near water, it echoes with sorrowful longing. While attuned, you gain on advantage on performance and persuasion checks against creatures with intelligence 6 of higher if you use the harp. Once per short rest, you can use the harp to cast calm emotions or dissonant whispers without using a spell slot. Played during a short rest or near water, you and up to 6 allies regain an additional 1d6 hit points. And if played after someone significant to the story or the party has died, the harp records their final emotions. And if you play that song, it gives the effects of Hero's Feast to everyone that can hear that.
Oh, that's cool.
And that's like a narrative weight, so you can't be like every goblin that dies. You can't be like, "Oh, no! It was a great goblin." I'm sure Vaclav was going to do that, so yeah. But that's like our call of the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is the Eye of the Brine Watcher. Inside, there is a silver locket holding an opalescent, lidless eye suspended in seawater. This eye, unfortunately, does need to be, in order to be used, has to replace one of your current eyes. If it effectively is replaced, well, I'll wait for Ian to come back.
I didn't think it.
Yeah, I should have known.
And you can just copy and paste it to
Oh, I have them. They're all in the chat.
right. Like I'm noticing Ken's like trying to type it in to the notes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
I
you can
guess.
just. The Eye of the Brine Watcher. It is an eye that's in the lid. In order to be attuned, it must be replaced one of your current eyes. It does grant +1 to spell attack rolls and spell save DCs. You learn the Detect Thoughts spell, which you can use once per long rest without expending a spell slot. While underwater, with 1 mile of the sea, you have advantage on Arcana checks related to eldritch entities. If you roll a natural 20 on a spell attack, the eye blinks. You may immediately cast a cantrip as a bonus action. The spell emanates from the eye. However, the eye sometimes moves on its own, watching others. Cool. And yeah, you have to replace it with one of your own eyes using only seawater to clear the socket out.
What?
That sounds painful.
What do you mean clear the socket out?
Like as you're cleaning for your surgery.
I see.
Prep with saline. Okay.
And it does allow you to see things a little bit differently too. I'm like a little Mad Eye Moody eye. That's what I was thinking.
Nice.
So that may become important. Cool. So those are the big ones. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll put the eye in my pocket for later.
For a snack. There's a couple more things in there. There is another one that is, these I have to type out quick. There's a squid beak dice. One time per day. You can re-roll a single die. But if it rolls worse, you take 1d6 damage as it bites you. And it doesn't work for that day.
Kevin, you got to take that.
For sure, that's mine.
I mean, literally.
I thought I had one more thing. Let me see. I'm going to type it in quick. There is a tidewater bowl, and it allows you to see, if you submerge it in water, it allows you to see the location of shipwrecks within 1 mile.
Hmm. Interesting. Foreshadowing.
That's what they use to get stuff.
Right. That was what the Baron had been using. Just trying to think of like the things that he would have had in there. Cool. Yeah, and it's you can also use it once per day to cast scrying if the target is located within 1 mile of a large body of water.
Ooh,
So yeah.
that's perfect. I wonder if we use that from the roof with the magnifying effect, we could scry even farther. Here's the oath that I'm going to administer to people tomorrow.
Oh no.
Hmm. Do you share that out at like dinner time in front of the big room with the big feast? Like, are you?
Yeah, 'cause
Is it
I think
open to
I'm just-
workshopping or?
I'm just writing it at the table.
Oh, got it.
And I would be pressing him like, okay, so now what's your plan? You're gonna have these people take oaths. I'm assuming, like, you're gonna have them grab a spoon, right, so that we can feed the magic to the spire.
That's what I said.
Yeah, of
Right?
course. Yeah.
And when they take the spoon, you said they have to take an oath, like, just for general, like, what are you thinking? Like, what's your plan, Vaclav?
I'm writing it out as I'm talking. Like, it's just an oath. It says I'm not going to be such an asshole anymore.
I'm
no big deal.
reading over you, and I'm like, you can't have people see that.
Why?
Well, first
Yeah, I
of
don't
all,
think it's strict enough.
no.
And where's the taxation?
That's what we're saying, right, Rosa?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, like, what is our point here? So, are you just going to stay here and rule? You're not going to help us with the other spires anymore? Like, what is your plan?
I go, I still don't see why we need any more spires. Why don't we just move the family in
Fine.
here?
I'll go to the Dragonwood by myself then.
I'm
Wizard
going to
can
the
go
dragon.
off on his own.
No. Okay, family stays together, and our family is in 2 different cities right now.
Well, then we bring them here.
Well, they don't want to come back here, and if they come back here, what, they're going to live under the
Totalitarian.
totalitarian Vaclav regime?
No, they're
They
family.
can move to my town where I will rule.
Of special status.
Oh, yeah, no. And what about the other spire?
What about it?
Oh, we're just gonna let those like crazy ass factions like take over and continue like overtaxing their people. You're just gonna become like them, be the Baron.
No, they'll be
are you the
wiped
new
out by the
Baron now?
vampires.
You're the new Baron, right?
That's right.
Uh-huh,
I'm the king.
Uh-huh. And I'm like, what about the primal magic?
What about it?
Well, we gotta release it.
Why? We got a nice place here.
Yeah.
It says in my oath that they're going to patronize our businesses.
Yeah, but what business are you gonna have when there's the rest of the world doesn't exist anymore?
What are you talking about?
there is an imbalance of power right now, and it's like all like feeding in. And then there was that weird like undead dude that is like talking about like taking over. Like it just there's we can't just sit by and watch the rest of the world burn.
Oh, we like fire.
I
like burning.
Oh, okay,
So,
I'm sorry. Taken
Etch,
over by undead.
so what do we know? Etch says that there's apocalypses, right? But he's a
And
robot who's been living in a big block of rock for 1,000 years. What does he know?
yeah, like all of the spires are on that weird like ticking time bomb where the primal magic's gonna explode.
Or maybe not.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. We finally like let off the steam on this one. Like I don't know, Etch. Am I crazy here, Etch?
You are not crazy, ma'am. The spires will
Etch, run a
fall.
quick diagnostic because that doesn't seem right.
Diagnostic
Can I do
performed,
that?
and I am performing at 97% of my full capacity.
So there you go. That's 3%.
Hey, Etch, can I do the level 2 thing trial?
Oh, the level 2 trial is not required. Instead, it is a change of level based off of surviving the entering of an incursion and returning. It sounds like everyone in your party has done that. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe you were all at the initiate level before. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Then I believe you all move to level 2, and you are all officially known as apprentices.
Nice try, Winter. I got my eye on you, and I hold up the amulet.
However, I must ask, who was the most instrumental in resolving the incursion?
No, that was me.
Oh, that was
Obviously,
you?
that was me.
No, I think it's clearly me.
I'm the one who asked him to take back his Kraken people, and then
Come
he
on.
did it.
Come on, Loki.
Therefore,
Back me up here.
most important.
It was clearly me. If I hadn't been there, we'd have just killed them all, and we'd all be drowning right now.
You all
Actually,
wanted to make deals, but I asked the real good question of not attacking anymore.
You guys are all off base. I was the one that broke the ice with the giant title lord. So obviously, none of this would have occurred if I hadn't been so diplomatic.
Well, I made the fish for seaweed deal.
Anyone could have done that. You made a bad deal. He agreed instantly.
Well, that was the point.
Well, with some disagreement, I must ask, was there anyone in your party that accompanied you that was not here presently that might be able to speak to the expedition?
well, yeah. Vakov's new girlfriend.
Not my girlfriend.
You could say that again.
I'm with Vakov. She's definitely not his girlfriend.
I'm sorry, your special lady friend.
I think I may need some of her testimony in order to determine who assisted the most, because in that case, they will become the head apprentice, and the specific roles and responsibilities will be afforded to them.
She's my girlfriend, so let's just assume she's going to vote for me.
You just said she wasn't your girlfriend.
Don't worry about what I said.
I believe, Vaclav, you did say she wasn't your girlfriend, and now she is. That seems like there wasn't a lot of input from her during those breaks.
Okay, hey, Snowfall, can you go fly and ask her to come back here?
Yeah, he'll take right off.
I think she's coming tomorrow for.
Oh, that's right. She is coming for breakfast, right?
Yeah.
But we could resolve this now.
Are you sending Snowfall?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, but Vaklov, okay, for real though, like family wise, like you're just gonna stay here while me and Winter and Phoenix and Loki go and figure out what's going on with the rest of the spires. You're gonna take care of this city. Starlake will be taken care of.
No. You guys are gonna stay here too. We're all gonna stay. We're all gonna be happy. We're all gonna eat lots of food, and you know,
We have other things to do, like
fat little
I
tiefling
have
babies.
to take over the Dragon Spire.
I don't.
I'm gonna
Finally have something.
I'm gonna, instead of being Wakefield, the barber, remember?
Okay. Okay.
So, and he'd be like, "Hey, Vaclav, you seem to kind of enjoy that adventuring stuff. Maybe you should go out and do some more adventuring. We got it all down here. Everything's running great. We'll keep praising your name and all that."
I'm trying to remember what he like. He was kind of betraying us somehow, wasn't he?
He was definitely like stealing on the side a bit. He like did what you said, but then added extra people, padded the accounts. One of those kind of people, you know what I mean? But not like going against you, but definitely skimming a bit off the top is the sense.
He's a government contractor.
Yeah, he's joining the up and coming government as the main person, and he's got good connections. He does the smuggling because he's the one that told you about the smuggling connection up in North Fork.
Right. Steve Bannon.
Well, I just think we finally have something. We finally have a place. We have respect. We have power.
I don't know about that respect part.
Well, we're gonna after tomorrow.
We'll have to beat it into him.
Okay, so I'm gonna telepathically speak with Steve.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably here. He carried all the gold back.
Yeah. So I'm like, I think I have a candidate.
I'm not putting your horse in charge.
No, I'm not putting the horse in charge. And then I'm gonna write like a summons. And I'm gonna have Steve go out and do you remember? And I'm like, I'm like, listen, hear me out, fam. All right. So remember when like we went to go to take over the Baron's mansion, and then there was the guy who was actually listening to reason, and then he turned on the people that were trying to kill us because he took an oath and he was standing by it. Like, I think we should get that guy.
That's good.
Right. That was like one of the Baron's henchmen that you told. Not the one you captured at the beginning, was it?
No, it wasn't. He was like henchman number 6 that was up. He was like the leader on the top.
Yeah.
He had crossbows, and then he was like,
oh, the one you were shouting through, and then he was like, "Oh, hey, we're gonna come out and talk," and then the other guy betrayed him and started the combat, right?
Yes.
Right. Sure, let's retroactively give him a name.
I think he had it. We give him a different one.
Yeah, I mean, unless you remember it, I certainly do not. And I'm pretty sure he was human, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so rank.
I feel like I just cut it out.
Still good. Doesn't look off.
Yeah, Keeter. You remember him?
Peter. Yeah.
Keeder. That's what we're going with.
Peter.
Keeter Caskmore.
I mean, Baklava, just okay. So hear me out.
Do I have a
You're
choice?
not gonna lose being CEO here. You're still gonna be the largest. You're gonna be the fish magnet. I mean,
What?
like, the proprietor of all fish in the land. Like, you don't have to be the ruler of here. We just need to like put in a government that can just like take care of this in a more like less asshole way. And then we just have followers. We gotta be their friends so that we can have like, the ability to walk through town without shit getting thrown at us.
That's why we sign the oath, or make them do the oath.
Yeah, that's gonna get more shit thrown at us. Just saying.
Then we murder the people who throw shit at us until there aren't any.
No. See, then more people want to murder us. That you can't just go around murdering.
I don't know.
People.
Worked for the Baron.
Did it?
Exactly. Right.
Sorry, I'm not there.
I'm like, thank you, Orum.
No, I guess I can be.
See, Orum's listening. And then so I guess what I'm trying, like, Rosa's trying to get people on board with like, we don't want to be the leaders. We just want to like get established here and like continue our adventuring. And I'm trying to get Vaclav on board.
Right.
That's fair. I'm curious where the rest of the party stands. Well, Winter is definitely pro Dragonspire all the way, right?
Mhm.
I'm curious about Phoenix and Loki. Are they swaying towards a particular argument?
Oh, we're moving on. We're going to find that dragon spire.
Oh.
Yeah, Loki's definitely like we're taking all the spires in the name of the tieflings, and
Yeah.
we're not letting somebody else have any of them.
Right. So after I find out that everybody's gonna leave,
Yeah, that's
I'll be like, all right. Listen, we'll go out until you guys figure out that everything out there sucks, and then we'll come back here. Deal?
I mean, yeah, like come
Sure.
back to visit you?
I'll go with you just so I can laugh at you when you guys all admit that we should have stayed here.
Sure,
mean-
Vaclav. That sounds just like the next noodle cart.
Lydia 3, we'll call it.
That sounds like someone that now that Winter and Snowfall and I
Whatever.
did all the work of getting the Horde wants to stay with the Horde. No. Vaclav's coming with us.
But we should move the family back here anyway.
Yes.
Oh, from North Fork? Yeah, let's.
Wait, okay,
course.
so
Oh, that's actually a really good idea.
you know that North Fork is like still filled with like undead, like dead people.
Yeah,
That's
so
a
we
great
get the
reason to
family
not
out
bring
of
them.
there.
Bring the
Let's
family
bring-
back here.
Yeah,
Then
let's
they
bring
won't
the
be
family
in
back
danger.
here.
And then yeah, what about like the rest of the people?
They have clerics, remember?
What people?
They had it all under control.
They're still
They're the
mining
ones-
the undead for gold.
The rest
Yeah.
of what people?
We aren't gonna have that greed.
Well, the freaking the Asimir that are being used as slaves there.
You mean non-tieflings? Those are not considered people anymore.
They're still people. They're
Oh.
doing the same thing to the Asimir as they are
Well,
to us.
they can come too. They just have to swear the oath.
And then what about the Fae?
Sure, why not? They can come too.
Fealty.
And what about the lady in the blue dress who like
Fealty.
that we don't even know where she is?
Well, then why are you bringing up questions that don't matter right now?
They do matter though. It's all connected.
Fealty.
Yeah, and we can figure that out when we go to my dragon spot.
You got to stop reading these books, Rosa.
Me?
Not you, Winter. I know what you read. I would have said this book.
Yeah, right. And pointed to it because he's got it in his hand, like he always does.
Well, you can read it if you want, but you have to give it back.
Don't tempt me.
So okay, well then are we doing this whole pledge that you're gonna have them do to
Oath.
to do what? This oath?
Yeah, to stop being dicks to us. And then, whoever seems okay with it, we'll put them in charge of the seaweed deal and, the day-to-day boring shit. I don't know. Wakefield can do it, whatever.
Yeah, why don't I take charge of administering the oath? You guys could even be out before breakfast. You don't have to worry about it.
No. Hang on. I want to administer some oaths.
Yeah, and Winter will say in Infernal, at last time you left Vaclav, he just took credit for everything you did and pretended like he was in charge. I wouldn't put him in charge.
I agree with Winter. I say an infernal.
So you guys head out in the morning then. I'll make sure all your packs are packed up.
We should put tiefling in charge, like Sarlis or oh, we'll bring your ex-wife back here, and she can be in charge.
Yep.
How about that?
Well, I don't
Just
think
like
Lydia
was
has
before.
the acumen for
The
you know, that
fortitude.
sort of a thing. It requires skills in administration and stuff. As an entrepreneur, I think.
But Vanclav, think of it this way: if she's here, then you always know where she is, and you can always back her.
Yeah, well, she's gonna be here, Winter.
She's not a dog, you guys. She's my sister.
Did I say that? Just Vanclav likes to keep tabs on her, so if she's busy, you know what she's doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How'd that work out during your marriage, Vaclav?
You just keep needling and needling, don't you?
Yeah, let's let Lydia run the spire. It'll be just like it was before.
Just like your sister.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, let's settle then. We leave tomorrow. Go to the Dragon Spire.
Okay, Winter, who's going to stay here? Are we
Lydia,
gonna-
we just decided
Lydia.
that.
Look,
Well, we have to go get her.
Wakefield runs things until we get back with the family, and then we'll put I don't know, in Kendriax in charge.
Wakefield? No, I
Right.
thought we were putting Peter in charge.
Who's Peter?
Eater.
Keeter?
The guy that you
Peter.
said.
Yeah,
Go
Keeter
get-
can run North Fork. I mean the spire.
Peter.
Yeah, Peter.
I think it should be a tiefling like Sarlis.
Sarlis, you want to run things?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay, she's nominated.
That's perfect. People that don't want to do it should probably do the job, right? That's how it works.
Absolutely.
Wakefield
Not
can
power
show you the
hungry.
ropes. Wakefield can show you the ropes. So he'll show you around and let you know what to do.
Okay, if you think that's a good idea.
Yeah, sure. Does Wakefield have the most seniority after us?
Was he the first one? Who'd you get to join first?
It was the tieflings that
Guards.
were in the jail that we brought back.
So Sarlis and Marvine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're probably, because the thing is by time, if you haven't completed the trials, which I don't think anyone else has completed the trials yet.
Okay.
Well, he changed the initial trial.
Oh, that's right. Oh, so then everyone's completed the trial.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If they get the spoon.
Right.
The initial
Well,
trial, yes.
yeah. So you can set any, you can change those
Yeah.
rules if you like. Yeah.
All right. So can we say, next day?
Oh, yeah. A couple more things I wanted to jump in
okay.
with that. It sounds like you're still not quite sure, but that's okay. I wanted to say, Etch is going to say, excuse me, now that you're all officially apprentices, I can share some additional information. I've been able to establish connections very tentatively with some of the other local spires, and it seems like another one of them has come online, and I wanted to inform you of that.
Well, yeah,
Which
that's
one?
my
Oh,
spire.
no, I'm sorry, Rosa. An additional one.
Yeah. What's
Well,
going on?
which
there?
one?
It's the one, of course, I should have had the name in my head, not the old world map. It's Oldera. I believe it's the one located outside of Gillimore that you were thinking about going towards.
What
Who's in
happened?
charge there?
I've been unable to establish communication. It's very strange.
What do we know about Gillimore? What is the
The nature of the spire?
The city used to be a city right on the edges of the mountains there, but a decade or so ago, a terrible calamity happened, and people fled, either a rock fall or a plague or something, and no one has been there since.
We don't know anything about the spire itself.
Let's see. What do you know
is it
anything
the
about
water
the spire?
spire?
No, that's a good question. Give me a second to think about that.
Definitely not the dragon spire.
No.
The sky spire.
Where the bards would go to learn music.
There you go. Spire of music.
I think he's. Oh man, I didn't think about that question. He'd say, yeah. I'm not sure of the nature of that spire in particular. Those records of my memory, unfortunately, are damaged, and I have not yet been able to recover them.
Could you port us over there?
Only if the owner or controller of that spire allows it, and I've been unable to establish communication. It could be that it's only partially online.
So
We
look,
need to
you guys,
definitely get to the dragon one before somebody else gets it.
This is what I think. Just my dumb opinion. It's just dumb old Vaclav. I think we should go to North Fork, tell the family to come back here, and then we can go and get Rosa's spire and get rid of the vampires, and you know, hopefully by then you guys will realize that we just need to settle down.
Well, clearly we need to go take over the spire at Gillimore.
Why? Maybe somebody nice has it.
Or maybe it needs to be in tiefling hands.
Hey, by the way, Etch, you're not going to let anybody teleport in from over there, are you?
Well, now without your express permission, of course.
All right, good.
I also wanted to inform you that you've had some official summons and letters that have been awaiting you, Vaclav, at this particular spire. Looks like there are emissaries that are interested in speaking with you.
Emissaries from where?
There's three. There's a one that's representing the dwarf kingdom, one that's traveled far from the elf lands, and a third from the capital city, which I can't remember the name of it. I don't have it on the map either, so I'll have to tell you that later. But one from the capital as well.
Is that an elf?
Oh yeah, that would be the elf one. Dur. Yeah.
You said dwarves, capital, and who else?
I said three. The elf is the same as the capital, and there'd be another one that would be like wildlands. Is there like a wild race? Probably like an orc. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, what did they say?
They're interested in a meeting.
Where are they?
I believe they've taken up in North Fork. Sorry, in Star Lake while they're waiting for you to return.
Well, how did they contact you?
They left a message. The here, and he would give you like 3 scrolls.
Oh. Well, guess I'm a pretty important guy. Sure, I could see him. Let's have him come over tomorrow. We'll see them before everybody else.
Perfect. Cool. I think those are the 2 things I wanted to tell you about apprentices, the other spire. Oh, and then the other one, you asked Marvine to do some research around the drawings and the things in the spire. And she's the one that's, oh no, maybe that was Sarley's, the astrologist. And she would have told you, she would come and tell you about some connections that she has with some of the books with the spire and the drawings. And they could be related to some of the location of the planes that are known about in the world. And the map that she would give you is, I can't find one online, but it's the one from the Dungeons and Dragons book about the planes. And I can text that to the group chat, and I'll share it in just a second. But it's related to the 4 elemental planes as well as the other minor planes that are on the map. Second to send it. It's on page, I think, like 180-ish, but I'll put it up on the screen. 175.
In which book?
The Dungeon Master Guide.
The new one?
Yes. And I'm using it as like a rough basis, not necessarily like absolute truth. Hmm. So here, it should be on my shared screen. Kind of looks like this on the page. So up at the top, if I can zoom in, I think I can. Drag, cool. There's like the 4 main planes: plane of water, plane of earth, plane of fire, and plane of air, as well as, the material, which is close to the Feywild and Shadowfell. We've already experienced a bit with the Feywild. We've been to the plane of water, and then in the other, I think they're the outer planes. We have been to, I believe, the 9 Hells, because you've been to the city of whatever when you were kind of talking to Tokos. And we've been to a couple, a lot of these are starting to show up as well in some of the notes and the pictures that she is showing. Some of them aren't as it's not totally written in stone like it is here, because I want some freedom to change it. And one of them that's not in here might be relevant to what Winter has been curious about. And there is apparently there used to be a dragon plane, but it's not in the new books, but I'm going to pull it back because of Winter's interest. So let me pull that in. Dragon, and I believe it's called the Dragon Eerie. And that would be one of the planes that would be on there as well. And Winter, you would likely have known about that as well. And I'll put the link to that in the chat, and that'll just show. It's not very much information. Apparently there was a big change of rules from the 4th edition or 3rd edition, and people argued about it and everything. It's funny how that always works. But that's kind of probably the information that you would know about the Dragon Eerie. So we might find ourselves on some of the other planes, and possibly connected to the incursions as well. When you were speaking to Etch as well, he seemed a little almost disappointed in the resolution with the Kraken. He was, it sounded like he was almost sad to hear that they were not killed.
I would ask,
what happens if we killed the Kraken?
If you killed the Kraken, then the threat would have been eliminated.
how are they a threat?
Everything is a threat that comes from another plane.
Okay, but what are they threatening?
The stability. The spires are here to prevent incursions and control them. Not negotiate. However, it sounds like the battles have stopped for now, but we'll see.
But I did prevent it by recalling their army.
For now.
Interesting.
That's ominous.
If these spires were here before, why weren't these issues taken care of?
The portals cannot be closed. They are permanent fixtures. What is on the other side, though, can be more strictly controlled.
But if they've been here for this so long, why weren't the other sides controlled?
They were for a long time. But since the spire was buried and lost, The power has grown significantly since then.
I don't know. That Kraken didn't look very strong. He was super old.
The power of the armadas that I had sensed on the edges of our power would have likely destroyed the entirety of Star Lake. Speaking nothing of the Tide Lord in particular.
Ah,
So, okay, so Etch, how many planes are we threatened by currently?
Well, all of them.
All of them.
Hmm.
And we just how has our plane stayed safe from all of the other planes since the primal magic has been like weakened?
With the block on the primal magic, there was much less possibility of magic transferring through the planes. When the progenitor's magic was unlocked, so was the access from these other planes to ours.
Okay, so if we open up the blockers, we become more susceptible to the other planes?
Once
Yeah,
the
yeah.
first was opened, they're all susceptible and open as well.
Great. Great.
So we need to take control of as many as possible, right, Etch?
Absolutely.
I told you. Let's go to the dragon spot.
We don't even know which one that is, Winter.
Etch, which one's the dragon spot? I think he's told me before.
I can't remember. Did he tell you? Did you know?
I've definitely asked. I thought he told me which one it was.
I don't remember if there was an answer to that. Could have been.
So look it up.
There definitely is one. Where it is I might have to come back to you on that. I haven't decided if it's the one that we would do next or if it's one that we're gonna have to quest to aside from those places.
Okay, so
Cool. But I think we can definitely go to the next day and do our long rest. Last question, Tabby? Or sorry, with Rosa?
Yeah.
are we, so then I guess like what I'm trying to figure out then is the plan that we're going back to North Fork to try to grab our family and bring them back to this spire?
It sounds like there's a couple of simultaneous plans that are different that people are thinking about. Yeah.
So what I
Who's
had what I had
sending a
suggested
message? Yeah.
what I had suggested is going to the family, telling them to move to North Fork overland, and then we go into the mines to deal with the vampires.
Or we could just go to Gillimore and take care of that.
I guess it just we did leave Rose's spire unfinished,
That's true.
but that's fun too. You know, if Rose's spire gets flipped by vampires, that's also fun.
The problem is, like Rosa's mindset is like she doesn't care about the spire. She's worried about vampires taking over the tieflings family. So
Well, that we get the tieflings out of there, but
yeah.
hang on a
So I
second.
think, yeah.
How about we send word to the family to travel back to Star Lake and join the Spire.
Okay, so
And I thought you guys tried to convince Lydia to move before, and she didn't. But that was mostly because Vaclav was like a big jerk to her, if I recall, because they have that cool house up there with everybody.
yes.
Right.
Um Gillimore. Where's the map? Is Gillimore on the map?
Mm-hmm. It was the
Yeah.
one that you guys were thinking about going to a while ago. And then you were like, "We're going to Gillimore, going to Gillimore," and you're like, "No, we're going to North Fork." At the last
Right.
minute, and I was like, "Oh, I'm so glad I built Gilmore."
What? We did not. Okay, so Gillimore is currently like, how long would it take to get to Gillimore?
Well, it's similar to North Fork. Probably, I think that was like 4 days overland.
And it's the one that's like
Oh,
in
I can put it
complete
on the
ruins
screen.
and nobody was there, right?
Correct.
Okay. I propose if we connect with Restore and we find out that like everything is, I don't know, business as usual there, then maybe we do go to Gillimore. Otherwise, North Fork would be Rose's vote. But I also know that like Ian and Ken, you stepped away. I don't know. What do you? Ian's not here. Winter.
Kinsler.
Sorry, what did I miss?
Like if we in the morning, are we going to Gillimore or are we going to North Fork?
Oh, whatever the. Oh, Winter said the Dragon Spire,
If
but
we see what the news from the family is, and if they're doing well, which I suspect they are, we can leave them and go to Gillimore. I don't think we need to. There's going to be news of. I mean, if there is news of overrun at North Fork, we can address that.
Got it. I decided there, Etch does know something of the Dragon Spire, and he would tell you that Winter, that if over here on the Olara map, that the Dragon Spire is the one on the largest mountain, that's the tallest, largest mountain in the largest mountain range. Supposedly there's a spire there, and that's supposed to be connected to the Dragon Eyrie.
that makes sense. Let's go there.
And then Dan, I would ask Etch to craft a fine saddle for snowfall that
Nice.
specifically sized for Phoenix, and extra little space on the back for Ember.
Of course, if I craft it here in the spire, though, if you take it outside, it will lose its magic.
What?
But will it still work?
Oh, well, no. It will turn back into the elemental magic.
Oh, dang. Okay. Can you show Phoenix how to make it then?
Of course. Etch would show you how to wave your hands and summon things within the spire. As that is how he makes things.
Yeah,
Mm.
it was inspired. Exactly.
That makes sense. All right, Phoenix, we'll make one. Don't worry.
Yeah, we could just go to a leathersmith and go get one made.
We do
could go
have
to
lots of money
could do it.
and subjects now. Yes.
Yeah, we could go to a tack store and just have them make us make one that's big, make it small.
Sounds good. Etch, how long does it take to travel to the Dragon Spire?
From here, travel would be result in almost certain death.
What? Ha, why?
You'll have to travel through the icy cold mountains for weeks on end.
That's easy. Cold
They're
doesn't bother
populated
us.
by terrifying monsters and creatures that will, unfortunately, eat you.
They're not scarier than dragons, right?
No, not scarier than dragons.
So
that is
then
true.
we're fine.
There are many creatures that are very scary, but not scarier than dragons.
See? That says we could do it.
Okay, but
That is so not what I said.
um, is it possible that I can talk to Restore?
Yes, I can establish a connection.
I want to find out what's going on the other spire.
Sure. Do you want to have the conversation, or do you just want any? I can just generally answer questions about it too.
Yeah, generally, is it business as usual over there, or?
Oh yeah, there's the. I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 people that had stayed. Maybe it's on the map. 3. I thought one like left, or he was super traumatized or something, or maybe there was 4. Oh, so he's still there. Yeah, that they are fortifying the base, that they are working on some cleanups. They have tried to steal some of the things that were like laying around, but he's been repairing all of that. The time in the spas have been really helpful for their mental health. One of them did try to go travel outside of the spire, but was attacked by undead, but was dragged back in by the rest of the group and was healed up. And they're going to be attempting to brave the chasms, brave the way back again in a couple of days.
Okay. So, Vaclav, do we go back to the spire? Or do you want to check out Gilmore?
Well, why don't we can skip to tomorrow morning, and then who knows what'll happen. If that works for you. Sorry, Ian, if you were going to say something.
Sure. I Vaclav's intent at the moment is to go get the family, and since they're in North Fork, then go to North Fork, I suppose.
Perfect. Cool. Yeah, we'll have our long rest. Everything is successful during that long rest time. Winter, are you sleeping on top of the gold? And did you?
Oh, yes.
Did you take out all the rest of the gold that was packed up?
Whatever. Yeah, Winter would take it all out, and Winter would spend any moment downtime trying to figure out the password to that thing.
How are you trying to figure that out?
Saying words and phrases.
Got it. In like any language that he knows.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Can you
What's
roll a d20
or something?
It's like
Or
password.
D20.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I would be helping him.
Just saying words around it. Okay.
Well, investigating like what language is engraved in it, and
Okay, I don't think Winter's doing any of that. So you're welcome to do a physical investigation. He's just shouting words at it.
yeah, no, I would be there like trying to take a more nuanced version of figuring out what the thing is.
Sure. Make an investigation check.
After 10 attempts, it locks you up for 50 years.
Investigation 13.
13. And Ken, what was your d20 roll?
A 13.
A 13. Perfect. Winter, you said a lot of words for a couple hours, and none of them seem to work. Loki, you are doing some searching around the chest, but just by yourself without any, you're not able to discern any particular information from your time searching it.
And there isn't anything engraved on it or anything that we find?
Not from your investigation this time. There may still be things on it, but you might need to get someone else's help or check again tomorrow or something like that. As
Phoenix.
Sure.
Please, Phoenix. If Phoenix is awake.
Phoenix can help.
Oh, sorry.
Phoenix, would you help with the chest?
What's going on? Sorry, I was out. Literally out cold. What's happening?
The chest.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out the
Trying
password.
to figure it out.
Yeah.
Do you want to? How would you be assisting Phoenix in trying to figure out how the chest. Winter is just saying words that he knows, and Loki is attempting to investigate any information on the chest, or runes, or inscriptions. Or would you do anything to help?
Well, when it got ID'd and it said, yeah, it needs the secret word. So the secret word would be what would I would tell Winter, like, what would the Baron say? The Baron would say like give me more. Give me
Bow
more.
to
Does it
me.
work?
Yeah.
I take out the sea harp and I start like playing to it.
The sea harp, some music.
Ouch.
I like that idea. None of those things seem to be affecting the chest, unfortunately.
But we might need to go search his place. He probably has like a book with stuff in it.
I think it's check this one. Password.
What languages are you trying that in?
Oh, Aquan.
It does not open. And Winter, what languages do you know?
Aquan, Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Goblin, Infernal. And sign language.
Perfect. Cool.
I tried something in Thieves' Cant to see if that makes any difference.
Like
Perfect.
slang.
I think if you're going to try random words, what I would do is I would just use like a dice roll to see if you happen to say the word, unless you're using another particular thing to try to like find any information out. But I think it's not like it would break. You could always just try it again at a different time.
Yeah, I would be. I don't know if it would count as a creature with any intelligence, but using the new sea harp and telling it a tale in Thieves' Camp of gold and the I don't know, the prince that locked his gold away but couldn't get it back.
And that's in Thieves' Cant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to affect it with its advantage check. And unfortunately, none of the words that you were using seem to be the password to unlock it.
That's okay. I'll keep trying.
All right, we'll give this a shot later.
Cool. Yeah, long rest is effective. Morning, everyone wakes up, and there's probably a crowd growing outside of the spire already, as Vaclav told anyone that wanted to take the oath or had a bone to pick with him could meet him outside in the morning, if I recall.
Yeah. And this is like out front where we initially came in.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. The formerly broken gate.
We go to Vaclav's room and he's not there. There's a
Oh
cat.
no, just a cat.
Preening or whatever.
He polymorphed.
Couldn't take the heat. See, how many townspeople would probably be there? I think a lot of people would be there. It's going to be something exciting.
Will they be standing on the rocks and stuff?
I think so. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Probably even a little boat out there.
And then did we establish though, what's her name? Did she say who was the most instrumental?
Oh, I forgot about that. Snowfall would have come back and said that she said she'll be there tomorrow.
I think I know who she's gonna say.
I think I know too.
Of course, it's gonna be. Winter thinks it's gonna be him. Of course.
What is her name? Elsorin. That's right. Hmm.
Winter got to talk to her before she said anything, or he would try to at least.
Yeah, sure. Oh, good morning, Winter.
Oh, hi, Elsorin. Etch is gonna ask who's the biggest instrument in uh, stopping the Armada, and I just wanted you to know that, yeah, that's what he's gonna ask.
Did you tell? I thought she already knew that because Snowfall told her that, or did Snowfall just tell her to come to the Spire?
I think Snowfall was trying to get her to come to the Spire. He probably told her.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah,
but the way Winter phrased it was not the way that Etch.
got it. Oh, yes, Snowfall mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm excited to meet Etch. I've heard a lot about him.
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't even know if you can come. Why don't you come in first?
Oh, I'd love to get a tour.
Yeah,
I'll Soren's going to come in. Are you showing her
And
anywhere in
then,
particular? Are you showing her the throne room?
No, I would bring her in and say, Etch. Like call out.
Yeah.
He
He'll arrive. The
Yeah.
pieces. There's so many pieces. I won't find him right now. But yeah. Oh, good morning. Who is
Etch
this?
wanted. This is Elsorin. She was there with us, and I know you wanted to know who got the armadas turned around, and I was. You can ask her.
Ah, yes, Alsorin. I understand you were present during the incursion adventure. Is that correct? And she would say, I believe I went through the portal into the elemental plane of water with them. Is that what you're referring to? And you would say, yes. Who of the members of the party were most instrumental in causing the incursion to stop, to fleeting it? You see, it's important to know so that they will their rank will increase in the power of the spire. And Elsorin would say, "Oh, Winter, are you trying to make a persuasion check there with your nonverbal?"
Sure.
Yeah, you can. I'm not sure you'll be able to change her mind, though.
16?
16. You are very personable, but she would say, based off of my observation, the woman, the paladin, she was nearly attacked by the water reader and convinced them all that way. I think speaking closely to her deity and leading the party clearly resolved the conflict the most. And Etch would say, "Thank you." And that would be the conversation, Winter, that you would be a part of there.
Yeah. But I was the one who got the armada turned around, Etch.
Thank you, young Master Winter.
What does this mean now, Etch? Do my rank go up too?
Your rank is at apprentice, just like higher than almost everyone else.
But I want it to be higher than everybody else. How do I do that?
You'll need to continue to go into more incursions and be the one that resolves the most of the prevention of the incursion from affecting the material plane.
Oh, so this is every one of them, not just this one.
Every time, the people that join incursions the most, those were the ones in the spire in the progenitors known as the Justicars, and they would resolve these issues within the spires most effectively.
Oh, well then we need to get over to North Fork now, guys. What are we doing?
Did Steve bring back Peter?
Oh yeah, he would have as well.
I'm gonna bring Peter in, and I'd like to have a frank meeting with him.
Yep.
About, and just basically like, and we don't have to role play it all unless you'd like to, but just kind of giving him the broad strokes of like what's happening, trying to kind of suss out where he stands, what he's gonna do, because it seems like he had a lot of sway over some of the troops and such.
Yeah. Things you notice about him immediately. He seems very charismatic. Knows a lot about the other troops and their opinions. You do notice, though, that one of his eyes is kind of like glassy. It's very unlikely that he can't see out of that eye at all. And he does seem interested in connecting with you more, and especially like reducing the total like violence and people that are hurt from the changeover. Seems like he was not a huge fan of the Baron, but more of a fan of being in the group, and being in the in group is kind of like what you notice.
And I'm trying to figure out like what with Keter, if he would be interesting in working as like the highest ranking it's like, what would it be? It would be like guard logistics,
Like your operations manager kind of a thing.
kind of, yeah. Like we don't know that we're gonna
The
be,
security arm of your empire, ma'am? I'd be delighted.
yeah.
I'll keep the Baron as my location of operations, if that works for you.
Absolutely.
Actually, can you get 2 tons of mudweed and put it in the basement?
2 tons of mudweed? Certainly, Vaclav. Is that for personal use?
To keep the peace.
Okay, of course. Anywhere particular in the basement?
Yeah, the room with the magic portal in it.
As you wish.
And then logistically, we'd like to also talk to, oh my God, what's his face? The guy, what is his name? Weatherhead?
Wakefield?
Wakefield.
Wakefield.
Yeah, you were chatting with him yesterday. Is there anything else you'd tell him, or?
Yeah, because he was like kind of still operations. I think I would talk with Baklov and suggest that he be in charge of the fish as it comes in.
In charge of it how?
Well, I mean, like it's gonna be he already runs like distribution. Like
He's a barber. I guess he's a smuggler too.
Smuggler, yeah. Well,
I was
since you guys gave him full reign to run it, he's been kind of like running as the hand of the king, as you will.
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, I don't really care who deals with it. Just somebody's got to disperse the fish to the population, I guess.
Yeah, Wakefield would say, "No, I'll handle that. Don't worry."
Yeah, there's a black market right there. Boom. All right, cool. Can we do the audiences?
Yep, that works.
All right, let's do it.
All right, heading outside, there is a huge crowd of people that are gathered, and they've kind of like brought some snacks and things as well. I believe you said it was breakfast time, or that you were providing breakfast.
Breakfast time.
Breakfast time, perfect. So they kind of brought their own food and snacks as well. And Vaclav, while you were out, Winter snuck ahead and talked to Alsorin, and Alsorin vouched for Rosa having the most effect on the incursion. So she is first apprentice, but Etch hasn't told anyone else except for Winter, because Winter was just trying to get himself be first apprentice, but it did not turn out very well.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Tell me what's going on, Loki? Winter.
So I guess I'm gonna go out there and climb up on the rubble and yell, all right, everybody who's here to swear an oath and pay a tax, get to the right, and everybody who's here to fight me, go to the left.
Okay. Say Wakefield. Alson back on the top. Okay.
But if you want
I
to
would've
fight him, you have to swear an
attuned-
oath first.
Yeah. I would have attuned to the spray beer by now,
Perfect. Yeah.
if that
Yeah.
matters.
Sorry. Would you remind me which side? Which side was which?
Left is fight me, and right is.
Oh,
swear an
perfect. Cool. Okay.
Does anyone go to the fight him side?
Yes. Everyone is going to move to the.
oath. Everyone goes left. All right then.
Fireball.
Winter stands next to Vaclav and is ready for fight.
Everybody moves over there. Let's see what I'm thinking. They're going over. Yeah, I think there's going to be 4 of them that want to fight you.
All right. Describe those 4, I guess.
Yeah. First one. Oops, let me get a better showing. This guy is like a large. First one in the upper right there, we'll call him number 1. He's like a large man. He's got some pretty worn armor on, and he's got like a couple big scars along his face. And he's got a longsword on his back, and he looks like he's has kind of like a snarl on his face. Second one looks like it's kind of with him. He also has no weapons, just like he's got lots of scars on his fists. Let's see. Third one is an older lady, and she has a like looks like a weighted handbag at her side.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
And let's see, fourth one is looks like someone that you recall from certainly Winter would recognize him as one of the guards from before. This guard was one that had harassed the tieflings in previous times. Not the one that Winter had murdered, though. One of his closest associates.
Murder is a strong word.
Well, personally made dead.
It's an appropriate one.
I'll take that guy.
Dan, I am standing next to Keeter, and I'm asking Keeter, like, anything we should know about these people right here?
Let's see. Oh. I'm surprised to see Azul show up. Try not to be too rough on her.
What's an Azul?
Oh, that's her. He kind of like motions to the older lady with the handbag. She's got some strong opinions.
All right, so
Right,
I'm gonna
Vaclav.
walk down to here and say, all right, so what's your problem with me, old lady?
Oh, jeez.
Azul kind of stands up to you and says that, got a problem? You're not good of a leader.
I go, you can't even know that. You never followed me.
It's only been a day and you're already taxing people and making people say oaths? What kind of a man are you?
I go, old man. I go, look, Grandma, I don't want to hurt you. Why don't you toddle off, huh?
I'm here. I'm ready to fight you. And she takes her handbag out and she advances upon you. Let's see what a real leader does.
I turn back and I kind of like chuckle at you guys and I go, all right, that's very cute, lady. All right.
Okay, what's your armor class?
Like 13, I think.
13? Yeah, the handbag hits you kind of in your back. It just like a solid thud. It does not do any damage. Doesn't seem to affect you in any way.
Okay, you got your licks in, lady. Come on now, run along.
She swings again, this time missing you completely.
And I'm like, Black Club, I don't know what you're trying to do here.
You do hear someone call out, "Oh, he's fighting old ladies now!" from the crowd on the other side.
I go,
Oops,
all right,
she's taking him!
Knock it off. It's all very fun.
Yeah, she goes to swing again. This time she connects and does 2 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, you're
Kind
kind
of
of making mad.
With that, the 3 other gentlemen that were out there, they're starting to laugh and kind of point at you. Getting beat up by Azul. Nice one.
All right, give me that. I'm gonna try to grab her hand back.
Yeah. Let me see. You easily kind of grab onto her hand, and she's still trying to swing her handbag as you've easily restrained the hand that's been swinging.
All right. And I pull her handbag out of her hands and throw it behind her.
Joe?
And I go, I shake my finger in her face and I go, don't.
And then she probably goes to slap you at that point. And she does connect again. This time doing another solid 1 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, so as she goes to rear back with the slap, I'm gonna go in between. I'm like, Azul.
Yeah, you kind of absorb the hit instead.
And I'm like, calm down. I'm sure Vaclav.
You support this? You want everyone to be attacked? Is he your leader?
No, I didn't say that.
You're supporting this?
I am trying to support some peace here.
Rosa, you're going to encourage the sovereign citizens, all right?
Okay, no, we need to
stand up for yourself, she says to you, Rosa.
And I say, I am. If you would just calm down. We have all the people here. You 4. I view you 4 as actual leaders. I'd love to hear what you would say if you were in our position. Clearly,
that one's scum. She turns her head around you and she tries to spit at Vaclav by dodging you.
No. I'm like, no, Azul, no.
She manages to spit around the side of you and get some spit on Vaclav's person.
All right. I go, that's it.
Kick her in the chest.
I gesture, and this 5-foot deep pit excavates itself behind her, and then I shove Rosa so she collides with the woman. I'm gonna try to knock her in.
And then I think that's gonna certainly work. The Azul kind of falls into the pit that you've kind of dug out. She falls down. She kind of falls, hits the bottom, and then the screaming kind of immediately stops. Rosa, you think something is horribly wrong.
I'm like, Vaclav! I immediately go down and try to check on her.
It looks like she has fallen on the ground. Can you make a medicine check, Rosa?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Medicine 15.
15. You do not see her breathing.
Okay. I lay on hands and give her 3 health points.
I'm gonna rule as because non-named NPC, she is not in the dying phase. She has died. So a healing will not bring her back, unfortunately, based on your current knowledge.
Oof. Okay.
However, a return to life thing like that would probably work.
Revivify.
Right.
So she. Oh, how's that? You have sorcery progenitor. I am going to do this weird one that is like, what's it called? It's called.
Does no one have Revivify? Maybe Kevin.
We
Kevin
don't
does.
have any clerics.
I thought it was.
No, and we're only level 2 spells for the paladin.
Oh,
and the
right.
ranger. Mm-hmm.
I have something called Arcane Vigor.
Isn't that just healing them?
I don't know.
Loki, is that on your spell list?
I don't think so.
Oh, really? Yeah, I guess without having a cleric, that's so weird.
I don't know what Arcane Vigor is. It's.
I think it
It's
like
only
heals
for
you,
now.
but not very
Oh,
much.
Me. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, gosh, dang it, Bucklove.
Looks like something happened. Like she hit her head on the way down as she landed, and sounds like didn't go well for her. You kind of hear, "Let her up, let her up."
Well, I didn't, she's. I didn't mean to do that. Poor lady.
I rush to help, and I call for Etch to take her to the infirmary and carry her inside.
Can Etch come outside?
Yeah,
Etch would.
go get breakfast.
Well, I wouldn't expect him to come outside. I just want him to meet at the.
Yeah, of course. He would say yes.
I'm like, well, we're gonna take her to the infirmary. She'll be fine.
He just needs breakfast.
Okay. Loki, can you make a deception check?
I'll
I'm gonna.
while this is happening, I'll
gonna
step
help.
forward and try to distract them. All right, which one of you wants to fight me? I'll point to the 3 of them.
Perfect. Loki, you can have advantage on that.
I don't need it. I rolled a 26.
Oh, nice. Okay,
Nice.
perfect.
The bard might be able to do deception.
That's a good point. Who is taking Azul?
I'm sorry, guys. One second.
No worries.
Etch.
Oh, Etch can't leave, so who would be taking her from the pit to the entrance of the spire?
Oh,
I think
Oh,
I would carry her.
Yeah,
I
no,
would-
I'm definitely like. I went in to scoop her up and.
I think you're trying to hold her in a way that makes her look not dead, I'm guessing.
yeah, you
Yes.
guys, the weekend at Bernie's are
Yeah,
over
that's
to
what
the.
I'm thinking.
Exactly.
I think that'll be represented
I
by the
raise her
deception
hand
check.
and-
I'm fine!
It's but a scratch.
We're
Oh my
doing
God.
all of our
Just a
sorcery diablerie to like Weekend and Bernie's.
Yeah, got it. Okay,
For weekend at Burning Air?
yep.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent.
Okay, Etch will meet her there, and Etch would say, I'm afraid this woman is dead.
Like, I know, Edge. Just take her inside somewhere. And as I'm passing Vaclav, I'm like, Ixnay on the killing A.
Okay, as we're going past, I'm gonna grab Alsoren's like elbow and just kind of like drag her in because I know she's a cleric.
Very good point. Yeah, I think you can absolutely attract Alsoren's attention. And I think when Etch would say that, Alsoren would be like, Vaclav killed her?
Not on purpose. She hit her head. And died really. But I think that you know how to like help this, right? Like,
Oh, I just realized I got 11 temporary hit points when she fell in there.
I was wondering how you would know, but that would mean you'd know that she was dead, right? Because you'd be like, oh.
Technically, just reduced to 0 hit points. But
Right. Oh, that's fair.
She falls in. Vaclav feels this total rush, and he's like, "Yeah, you other 3, line up."
And he makes 3 more holes for them.
yeah.
It's
Um,
efficient. Just bury them right there.
Revivify is a 3rd level spell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, perfect. I'm gonna say, yeah, she's gonna know it. She'd say, yeah, let's take her to the infirmary. I'll need a moment to prepare. I know you don't normally, but I think she's gonna.
You can only cast it for like a minute, though, right?
Yeah.
Within a minute.
She'd say quickly,
Yeah.
and then she's gonna run off with Etch into the infirmary.
Okay.
I say you'll find the expensive jewelry in
I'll write a Winter's room.
in Winter's hoard.
Winter would be so
spend to
furious.
revivify.
It's only like 300 gold, right?
I think it's 500.
The
Oh.
dragon knows
But yeah,
every. I think it's no. It might be 300. But
Well, we'll see if Winter notices. You'll have to make an investigation or something. You'll be like, someone's touched
Dragons
my
know
gold.
everything. Yeah, know everything
Touch
about
my
their hoard.
drums.
Yeah, but he's also not actually a dragon.
He aspires to be one. So.
That's fair. Rosa and Loki, you guys went inside quick. Winter, Vaclav,
Remember,
Snowfall.
He's not good at counting either. He's like
That is
a
true.
bazillion gold.
Yeah,
Oh, this
that's true.
yeah, 300 gold and diamonds. Okay.
Perfect. Where Vaclav and Winter and Phoenix, you guys were outside. Are you doing anything else with the other 3 people that are getting ready to
Yeah.
fight you?
Yeah, Winter stepped up and said, "Which one of you wants to fight me?"
And I'm gonna
Out.
go. There's more of that. Where that came from?
Yeah, I think it's the guard is going to stand up to fight you, Winter.
Okay. Yes. All right. What are the rules here? Until you yield, or until you're dead, or are they the same?
He laughs as you said that, and he charges towards you, Winter.
Oh yeah.
Can you make an initiative check?
Not great. 12.
Okay. He runs forward, swings his longsword at you. What's your armor class?
16.
Okay. Oops. Oh, right. That's what I was like. A 20 on a D10. It's like the one with percentile dies that I never draw. I was like, that makes more sense. Okay, that is 8 slashing. He'll swing at you a second time. This is easy. What was your armor class again?
16.
16. Let me write that down. Hits you a second time.
Am I within 60 feet of him?
You went inside, so I'm going to say
Yeah,
no.
no.
You did.
So-
You are not.
Okay.
This time he'll hit you for 10 slashing.
Oh.
They fall easy.
Alright.
He kind of shouts out. Your turn.
All right.
And
I
Winter.
will-
Well, yeah. Go ahead. Winter. Go ahead.
I'll use one of my uses of what's it called? Bonus
Hellish-
action.
Hellish Rebuke?
Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
What's that?
Hellish rebuke.
No. Oh, damn it! I rolled freaking 1 immediately. All right, and I don't have inspiration. All right, second roll not that great either, because it was with disadvantage. Is +8, so 14.
Unfortunately, barely misses.
Well, that's not good.
Okay.
And then I'll draw my short sword out as well.
Perfect. Vaclav and Phoenix, you guys are there as well. Are you going to be
Yep.
joining or doing anything?
No,
Yep.
no, stay back.
Okay. Winter's not blooded yet, right?
No.
Okay.
Mm,
Vaclav, you're passing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dan, I would be returning because I wasn't like going in with.
Oh yeah, but you went in and had the quick conversation.
Yeah, no, yeah. I don't know how many rounds out I am.
Probably like 3. I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Likely enough for Winter to get bloodied or kill the guard is probably what we'll
Right.
we'll see. And then Phoenix or Travis, you're deciding if you want to pass or do an action. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna like just step to the side one and firebolt, but Winter is determined to let this thing drag on.
It's a
So
duel.
I'll watch.
You're like, oh, as you stop your cast. Cool. Okay, he's going to swing at you again. Man, I'm rolling well. Hits you again with his longsword. Only for 4 slashing this time. And
Come on,
his
winner.
second swing hits you barely again. This time for 7. That'll be a total of 11 slashing this round.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Not as tough
all right,
as
well,
they look. He's going to shout out to everybody, all of the big crowd.
All right. I will freaking roll terribly. Oh my god.
No.
All right. Second roll was finally a what is that? 17.
17 hits.
All right, and I'm gonna use my what is this cold thing because I'm getting annoyed. So plus 2d10 on top of it.
What is this?
So that is what's up?
What is that?
Like 1 per day ring of frost.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. All right, so that is 10, 16, 18 plus 5, 23.
23 damage.
Piercing and cold.
Yeah, solid hit. That's with a short sword or the long sword?
Rapier.
With the rapier. Yeah, looks like he is below 50% with that. Oh, he kind of like lets out, but tries to hide the damage he took from the crowd.
And then I'll bonus action attack with my short sword.
Mm-hmm.
And that is not as good. Plus, what is that? Plus 6, so 15 to hit.
15 barely hits.
All right. And that is 11 damage.
Okay.
Piercing again.
He hits, he's at about 25%. Unable to hide his damage from the crowd. Do you end your turn?
Yep, that's all I can do.
Perfect. Vaclav, stepping in or
Hey.
passing?
Yeah, Winter's still not bloody yet, right?
Correct.
All
Perfect.
right, so yeah,
Fiend-
we're just gonna cheer him on.
Nice. Phoenix?
Yeah, so I'm going to go. Oops, I'm moving the wrong one here. Where are we? Here we go. I'm gonna go. Damn it. Here
I
we
can
go.
move too if you just tell me.
I just had to figure out what I was doing here. 10, 20, 30. I guess I would have skirted that guy to avoid taking a reaction there. And then what is I have to see if my initial thunder wave. Let's see. It's a 15-foot cube. Gosh dang it. Had either of these other guys, the second large guy or the large man with the armor on, moved like 10 feet closer while this was going on?
I don't think so. I mean,
Okay.
wouldn't that not help if how big is your cube?
It's
Wouldn't that have to be
It's a
really
15
close for
foot-
that?
It's a 15-foot cube emanating from me. That's why I was saying if they were 10 feet closer, I'd.
Oh, you want to start the battle with them?
Yeah.
Oh, narrative. Sure, they can be closer. I thought you were trying to get them all so you can hit all 3, and I'm like, I don't think
Yeah,
that would work.
That,
Okay.
that right there.
Yeah.
And then I would look at them and just kind of yell to the crowd, while Winter is toying with this Nimrod back here, I'd like to settle this right now. And I'm just going to cast Thunder Wave on these two fools, but it's it's the Fire Wave or whatever.
Sure. What's your save and what's the damage?
It's 14 con.
Okay. The first one saves. The second one fails.
Okay, so with that, Wave of Thunder synergy, each creature 15-foot cube. Failed, they take the do. Okay, successful takes half. Okay.
It's 2d6, is that right?
All right. So no, it's 2d8.
Nice.
So that's 10 10 force damage.
And then they get pushed 5 feet or 10 feet?
The one guy is pushed 10 feet away.
Perfect.
And then the other guy that saved only takes
Half,
5.
right? Yep. Perfect. Anything else?
Any bonus action here? Let's see. Alrighty. I can. Sure. Why not? I will. I'm gonna bonus action and call Sparks up, and I'll just be like, "Meet my brother Sparks," and he can pop up.
You can put him where you like.
I'd like to put him in between both of those guys, and therefore each of them will take 1d6, I think. When he pops up, why is this not showing everything? Nope, that's not what I want. Can't read my whole freaking. Yeah, 1d6. Okay, so whatever. That's 5. Sweet. Oh, wait, plus proficiency bonus. So that's 8.
Is it save for
Fire
half or
damage.
save for none?
It's no save, it just happens.
Oh,
Oh, excuse me. Dexterity saving throw against my DC, it's true.
and then
So 14. Yeah, it's all or nothing.
got it. Okay, the first one saves and the second one fails.
Damn.
So second one is injured.
Okay.
Perfect. Do you end your turn?
Yes.
All right. Because you entered them in the fight, they're going to get added to the list there. The one, number 1, he's going to, what is this kind of bullshit? And kind of run up to you, Phoenix. He's going to swing his longsword at you.
Hey, he's a kid.
He's going to miss the first attack and hit with the second. Kid's full of fire. And he's going to hit for 10 slashing damage. He did leave Sparks. I don't know if Sparks gets some attack of opportunity.
Yeah, he's in initiative, so let's see. But he has he doesn't have anything other than Flame Seed though.
Oh, so maybe he doesn't have an attack of opportunity? I don't know.
So I mean that's a ranged weapon attack.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't then.
Oh, no, then not.
It has to be a melee attack, I think.
Perfect. He'll end his turn, and the second one's going to run over and swing as well, twice with his longsword. First one's going to hit for 7. The second one's going to hit as well for 11, for a total of 18 slashing.
18. And what was the first guy's one?
I believe it was 7, but I don't quite remember.
Okay. 25. Cool.
Can't even fight fair! And then we'll roll back to the top. After winter, I'm going to include Loki and Rosa, and because they'll be cresting the hill at that point. Back to the top. Looks like the 4th guard. He's first, though. He's going to... Winter, how are you looking percentage-wise?
A little above bloodied.
So you're like above 50?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's going to swing at you. He's kind of already accepted his choices. It's going to swing. This first swing misses. The second one critically misses. And then he will... Yeah, he's gonna say you're too weak to finish it, and then it's your turn, Winter.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm gonna attack him. Oh, get really excited and miss. Attack him again. Yeah, that's a 25 to hit. For 14 piercing.
Yep, he'll go down.
And then I will bonus action move that hunter's mark onto the large man with armor on.
Perfect.
One.
After that, Winter, you finish your turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say Rosa, Loki, you guys crest the hill. Looks like you see Phoenix getting attacked by 2 of the guards that were choosing to fight Vaclav. Looks like Winter just killed a guy in front of him, and Vaclav is kind of just watching all of this kind of go down.
Well, now I'm yelling at the guys who are.
That's right, you were just yelling at the kids. Yeah. Normally it was Vaclav last. I am just going to interject Rosa and Loki first because I just want to see how they react to it, and then I'll continue going down the list.
What is happening?
You aren't killing the people, are you? It was supposed to be a fight, not a death.
It looks like the guard on the ground in front of Winter is dead.
I didn't do that.
You wanted me to kill him.
Loki or Rosa, would you either of you do anything on your turn?
Just say non-lethal.
I would be yelling, "Stop! What are you doing?" We got a dead guy, two dudes fighting a kid.
Sparks is out there, so you know shit got real.
That's true too.
Our Winter.
Only the kids are fighting.
Right? I'm like,
Vaclav, such a good influence.
He's like, I didn't kill him. That's exactly.
Who wants to fight me? I got kids for that.
That's exactly. Yeah, the perception of the town people, I think, might be not what you were intending.
This is what tiefling child labor looks like.
I would call out, let's see, well, please, we're at this part. I'm looking for measurement. I can't reach them. Oh, I can walk.
If you're close, yeah, it's for narrative. Yeah. It's not like exact.
For narrative, I'm trying to get close over here, and I'm yelling out using my big girl voice, and I'm yelling out. I'm going to use the spell command, and I'm literally yelling, "Stop!"
I think that's only one target, though, right?
No, it depends on the level it's cast at.
Oh,
really?
I could see that. What level are you casting it at?
Considering what's going on, I only have 2 levels, so I'm casting it with 2 levels specifically at the two people who are attacking Phoenix.
Perfect. What's your saving?
14.
Okay. The number 1 failed, and number 2 saved.
The one that saved.
I'll mark him with what? I'll put a hat. Oh no, that's the one that's saved. So the second one is the one that is commanded to stop. And is that for 1 round, or how long does that last? Is that a minute?
That lasts for
And I believe if you're attacked, it's stopped. Is that right?
Yeah, so this lasts for follow the command until their next turn.
Yeah, it's a round. Cool.
Yeah, so the one who succeeded, I would use silvery barbs and makes him re-roll, I think.
Oh, his check.
Use it on saving throws.
I see.
An ability check or saving throw. You have to re-roll and use the lower.
Cool.
Yeah.
Saved. Roll even better.
Oh wow. Okay.
And I would continue yelling out, "This is insanity! This is uncivilized behavior! What is happening?"
Perfect. You can hear lots of like shouts and boos and things from the crowd that's kind of just watching north. I'll zoom out just to remind us how many people are kind of watching this whole thing go on. Lots of them have good views because they're up on the rocks, kind of like looking down at you guys as well. Vaclav, it's over to your turn.
All right, I'm gonna run right up on that the guy who's still fighting, the large man with the armor.
Okay.
On my way in, I'm gonna mutter a magic word, and armor of frost appears all over me.
Sure.
And as I get up to him, I just like I give him like a bro shove in the chest kind of thing. And I go, hey, he's a kid, you little idiot.
Perfect. I believe the shove is like a melee, just a regular attack. Is that right?
He has to make it. He has to make a save.
Oh, is that's the new? Because it's similar to like grapples. What's the DC then?
8 plus my proficiency bonus. It's 11 plus strength 12.
12. He succeeded, unfortunately.
That's he's a big guy. I mean,
yeah.
I shove him in the chest. That's all.
He just burnt me up, and he kind of like motions to all the fire all over him. Kid's gotta pay.
I look at Vaclav and I'm like, I'm about to pay him.
I go on, Phoenix, get out of here.
Nope.
Well, I said it anyway. And
that's fair.
These guys pay.
And I waved him off.
Perfect. Over to you, Phoenix.
Yeah, it's so freaking perfect right now. Too bad Vaclav fucking stepped right into what I was gonna do. That's awesome.
Oh, he's not gonna stop you?
That's I figured it wouldn't.
No, that would be. I'm not gonna do it in front of other people. Trying to show we're awesomely powerful, not that we burn one another to a crisp.
Okay.
Okay. So
he is resistant to fire.
Oh, that's true. Because this would just be so freaking cool looking.
You did get all those temporary hit points from killing the old lady.
True.
Oh yeah, cool. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm going to say I'm just gonna step back and be like, you get it, Vaclav. I step back 5 feet.
That would incur an attack of opportunity, though, right?
Yes, it would.
Oh, wait, perfect. That will trigger that from guy number 1. He misses, unfortunately.
Damn it.
The second guy
He won't because he has stopped. He's told to stop.
Damn it! I was hoping for a hit because I wanted Hellish Rebuke and my freaking action, but okay. Burning Hands.
Oh, nice.
So that's a 15-foot cone.
Does that would that hit Vaclav there? I don't even know.
Doesn't have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
This is like the original argument of what came up from this cone is what is the actual shape of a cone?
Shape of this cone?
Yeah. And I say, well, it's because I'm using my hand. I can wave it back and forth like this.
I think based on this, I think you can get the 2 without Vaclav, unless you are so excited. You can certainly include him if you'd like.
Oh, no.
Perfect. What's the damage? And then what's your save?
Save is Dex against 14.
Is the one that's in the command tabby, does he have disadvantage or anything? He's just regular.
He is regular.
Okay, cool. He's not like restrained or nothing.
Correct.
They both fail.
Nice. Well, then they both take 16 fire damage.
You want to move any farther?
No, I want to see what happens with this 16 fire damage. How's the one guy looking? Second guy.
The second one, he is like around 25%.
Cool. And large man, that was his first damage, right?
He took 5, I think, from a saving throw of the original Thunderwave.
Oh, that's right. Cool. Okay. So I am going to. That was 5 feet. That'd be 15, 25, 30. I'm going to move. Oops, wrong movement. I'm going to move over to here and then tell Sparks, give it to him. And Sparks is going to flaming seed now he wouldn't be wearing the hat anymore, but second guy.
Oh, it's only one target? Perfect. And that's a saving throw? Or it's attack roll?
Let me pull it up real quick. I think it's an attack roll. Flame seed
advantage from my casting
range.
sword.
Ranged weapon attack. So, oh, that's very good. 14 plus. I think he uses my stuff.
In Phoenix, you have advantage from my having cast silvery barbs. Would have given
nice.
you advantage.
All right. Oh, damn. I was off a crit by 1. So that's a 21 to hit.
Yep.
And it's not too good. 5 fire damage.
Perfect. Yeah, solid hit. He's still standing, but definitely not looking good.
Okay, and then Sparks will move right here next to me.
Perfect.
Finish
your turn?
That'll be my turn.
Hey. Hey, buddy, even the kid beats you up, all right? Why don't you just call it a day?
You could take the oath now, or we could just keep on burning you to a crisp.
Yeah, he's gonna the first guy. He's the one that's not as injured. I have him going first. Mm-hmm. He's gonna like look to his buddy, who seems to be not doing so well, and they're gonna kind of like make eyes at each other. And the first one's gonna be like, "Hey, you're tougher than you look, but surprised you have your kids. Surprised you have your kids fight for you." Clearly speaking to the crowd as well as you in front. But hey, if you want to take this disgusting town, you go right ahead. And he kind of backs up from you with his hands kind of up.
You can't even beat the kids, man. You definitely can't take the king.
Did you hear that, everyone? He called you all disgusting. No wonder he was brave enough to take the oath.
And they will kind of hightail it out of there.
Cowards!
There's definitely some muttering and kind of like from the crowd. Winter, what? You have a dead guy in front of you. Are you doing anything or reacting or doing anything with that?
I would probably ignore that for the moment and run over to Phoenix. I go, hey, if we need to, we can track that guy later. Pointing to the guy that I have a hunter's mark on.
Oh, that's right. How long does that last?
Scars on his fists.
An hour.
Cool.
I go ahead and make the ground swallow that guy out.
Perfect.
Nice.
And then I say to the people, all right.
I'm just like, we protected them. We protected them.
Point of the morning is don't show up at my house being an asshole. All right? Now, everybody can come inside, swear a nice little oath. I've even decided to lower the tax to just 1 silver piece. So, hey, good guy, right?
There's a cheer from that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We gaslit them into liking the taxation. It is. Truth is stranger than fiction.
And I go, all right, come on in. And as I come in, I go, Etch, let's get a, I don't know, let's get a big plate of muffins here, like 100 muffins.
100 muffins. Yes, coming right up. Now, Vaclav, are you having them come all the way? Where are you having them say the oath? Just inside the door?
No, where do you think?
I'm figuring the throne room, right?
Yes, that's right.
That's why I just wanted to confirm. I think we're even all still in the throne room, so I
Gotta
don't
walk all the way through.
Oh my god.
Are the firewalls going?
Of course.
Are the bodacious babes there?
Of course.
Naturally.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Perfect. Yeah, let's see. We've got everybody in here. So is it like one at a time they come in, or is it in groups? Or how does that work?
We'll do it in groups. I don't want to take all day.
Yeah, we'll do it like swearing in at the hall. Here's your name in place of mine.
Who
There's
is
like we'll put a big bowl out there, and the idea is you drop your silver piece into the bowl, you say the oath.
got it.
Grab
Is-
a muffin.
Who is inviting the people inside? I'm guessing Vaclav is lounging on the throne. Is that correct?
Of course.
Where is everyone else during the ceremony? Or series of ceremonies?
As soon as I know that there's no craziness, I'm gonna go check on Azul.
You're just gonna leave it?
Yeah, I like can't even right now.
Can't
Yeah.
even.
Oh, and if they swear the oath, I'll let them snatch the spoon from my hand.
Oh, perfect. Yep.
And then they're in the club. in the
Who is
clubhouse.
Etch guiding them all in and out, or is someone doing that?
Oh, I don't really care.
I figured you didn't. I was wondering what Winter, Loki, and Phoenix are doing.
Phoenix seems like he might be up for it, but
What? So what's going on?
Like, are you going to be bringing the groups in and out?
Oh, 100%. And I'm
Yeah,
just going to
okay,
be talking about like all of the good things we've done for this community so far. And like, hey, I understand, like change is hard, but like, look at, hey, we stopped the onslaught from and created a prosperous, even though we did have to charge tariffs, we're creating a prosperous trade opportunity with the Krakens. And, we just took care of those 4 assholes that were obviously did not want to be part of a community, and they were trying to sabotage the good things the good opportunities that all of Star Lake City has in front of them now. And, just doing the usual
matter.
the usual Phoenix.
Yep.
And he could
Sparks
be
would be
riding
coming along too.
Snowfall. Yeah, and riding Snowfall.
Ooh, I like
Oh,
that.
yes, and riding Snowfall, obviously. Duh.
Yeah.
Like, look, now you guys have the power of the dragon,
And the power of the child.
and the power of the child, exactly. Like, essentially, your defenses are impenetrable at this point. So,
Perfect. Winter, what are you up to?
Winter is back trying to figure out that box, and
He's like,
But
whatever. Treasure.
has instructed Snowfall to take care of Phoenix and let him know if something goes wrong with it.
That's hilarious. Perfect. And Loki, are you joining Vaclav on the throne?
Yeah, I'm just gonna be standing up there with him and like telling people, raise your hand to say the oath. I'm totally playing into
Also, I
it.
just remembered I had told Etch to make the bodacious babes more realistic, so I don't know what that resulted in. But
Oh, I do. Did one of them die? Because I was missing number 2, so
yeah,
I was wondering
I
what
chopped her
happened.
to pieces.
That's
Remember?
right. Would you have had her rebuild number 2?
Not specifically.
Not specifically. And you asked them to make them more realistic?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what that means to Etch.
Now they all complain a lot more.
Yeah, I drew some cards,
They
and
start
here's the
nagging.
cards I drew: demanding and stubborn. So I think. So I think they're going to be asking you more questions, and like, why aren't you paying attention to them as much? And they're going to be much needier than they were last time.
All right. So during the ceremony, there's a whole lot of after the oaths. After the
Yeah.
oaths,
What about this? Do you like my new handbag, Vaclav? What do you think? Should I hold it on my right arm or my left arm?
I don't care. Just get my lens.
No, what do you think? The right side or the left side? Mine's green, hers is orange. Which one do you like better? Kind of like that going on. Perfect. The rest of the kind of oath swearing goes uneventfully after the pretty exciting initial part. And I think that we've sworn in an additional, we're going to say like, I don't know, 250 people today, and you've invited them all into the Spire, and they're all part of the system now because they're all at the initiate level.
Nice. I'm sure a lot of people, when they hear the oath, they quit, right? Like they don't swear.
I was wondering, well, they did just watch you murder a couple of people, so I think that they probably just more mumble it.
No, we killed one, and that one went and attacked me first. So
I
just
think
imagine them
though,
going most of the way through the oath, and then when Loki is like, yield up my mortal soul.
and if I can't do that, I yield up my mortal soul. I what? Yield up my mortal soul to Vaclav King or his fiendish patron. I think they're already pretty terrified of you guys, and they're kind of used to like Iron Fist of the Baron. I wouldn't imagine that they're like modern people that are like, oh, I'm gonna take it to court. I think they're just gonna like do it and move on. That's what I'm thinking, unless you think I'd be crazy for that.
That's great.
So there might be like a couple people that like mumble it, and that Vaclav, you'd probably see them like maybe leaving out some words. Would you make a big deal of
They
that?
don't get to snatch the spoon.
Oh, what would you tell them? Would they get another
up to snatch
chance?
the spoon, I'm like, nope, you didn't say the oath.
I said it. I said most of it.
You guys say all of it.
Do it again. Do it again.
All right, we'll have a remedial session.
Yeah, a remedial session. Perfect. All right, and then I think there is a good time to stop and settle in from that as the numbers grow significantly to the Spire. What is it called? The just initiates the Spire cult. What do you call it?
Oh.
Vaclav's club.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hail.
Our little thing, Ghost Nostra.
Tiefling cult, we'll call it, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing. If I can remember where the button is. Cool. Any thoughts, Rosebud Thorns? A little bit of a different session today. Definitely miss being in person, that's for sure.
Day one of not getting out of the town.
Yeah, right. Yeah, of course, I spent all my time planning the other things outside of the town, not thinking that we would spend so much time in the town. Well, that's how it always goes.
I mean, it was fun. Don't get me wrong.
I would say how much changed. Like, there's quite a lot of change to our position in the storyline now.
Oh.
It was a very dynamic session in the sense of, you know, the stakes and the setup and the adversaries and all that kind of thing. So I dig that. The Bud, of course, I'm very curious about these emissaries and whoever took over that other spire. But I'm going to say, for me, the most interesting part would be, reconnecting with the family. Thorn, I guess, the middle part of the session got really bogged down, I thought, in sort of bullet time, moment to moment decisions about what we're doing. And the play the game. I'm gonna go. I didn't witness it, but I'm thinking of Winter going to Alsorin to try to persuade her to vote for him, and then, of course, she ends up voting for Rosa, which I suppose means that I've lost control of the spire. I just don't realize it yet.
I was thinking about that too, because I don't think anyone else has asked, and Winter's not said it, which is extra funny.
I mean, I suppose Etch could have been like, Rosa, shall I make muffins or something?
Oh yeah, that would have been good.
Yeah.
But none of the stuff that you only asked him for muffins, and anyone can do that. You haven't asked him for anything
Right.
that the leader would need to
Also-
do yet.
Yeah.
It happened moments before we went into being outside.
Yeah.
So I don't know if yeah.
I think I haven't realized it yet.
Yeah. And it doesn't mean that you're not in charge of the spire. It more means that Rosa is the highest ranking member, so she can disregard anything that you're saying. So I guess it kind of is that.
Overruled.
Yeah, exactly. But Rosa doesn't know it either, so
Yeah, right.
That's true.
Yeah, one day Rosa tries the veto and it works, and she's like, "Wait, what?
what? How long have I been? She'd be like, "Oh, you've been able to do that for 13 months."
Yeah, that would be hilarious. We leave here and no one knows but Winter, and he doesn't care enough to tell anybody.
That would be the family.
Yeah.
I can go. My rose, I thought it was hilarious that everything that Winter did led to the townsfolk being outside of the mansion, and then we had to explain the money and stuff and everything Vaclav was talking about. That speech was hilarious. So I liked that they kind of just defaulted to, oh, Baron gone, you guys have all his stuff, give it to us and you're in charge. I kind of like that. I thought that was hilarious. So nice one, Dan, and everybody role playing through that. But yeah, I guess looking forward to the undead incursion to see what happens and what changes. I think that'll be fun. And what's at that other spire that just went online? Thorn. Same thing. We probably could have skipped some stuff that I probably initiated on some of that too. And then play the game. I have to give it to Phoenix for the repeated comments that just had me giggling the whole day.
Yeah.
They were fantastic. It was so good, especially towards the beginning. It was so funny, but it was throughout the whole
Do you remember
session.
any of the comments in particular? It's okay if you don't,
Uh,
but I also remember there
nah.
were some. But
No, it was a lot of stuff with
What
the
was it?
Krakens underwater.
Yeah, with the Krakens,
and-
where Rosa went
Yeah.
over and tried to silence him. What was it?
oh, when he
Well,
was-
at first it was no, you killed it with you looked at it and killed it.
Yeah.
Then freaking what was it when she was like, shut up?
I don't remember. But
You're
I
like,
remember
oh, aren't you
giggling the
so
whole
Oh
time.
yeah,
old that you're
you
like,
can
Oh,
kill
yeah,
that
yeah.
one too
Oh,
easily.
yeah.
The other one was caged, so you could easily kill.
oh yeah, well, how come you let this one out of his cage? I was like, oh my god, great opener, Phoenix.
And what he was constantly like, he could barely even catch the fish.
Yes, all the comments. It was just it was fantastic. So I thought that was great. And Vaclav's speech. That was when I know Winter and Vaclav are often at odds. And Winter was like, I'm standing right next to Vaclav during this speech, nodding, yes, giving him being the yes man, I guess, to that speech. I don't know. So that was fun.
All of his
I think it's-
awful promises. I'd be like, I'm gonna tax all of you. 1 gold, boo. 2 gold. Say gold again. Oh, that's
Where
right.
were you all when
Keep
when we
booing,
got-
keep
yeah.
booing.
It was so good. And then he wanted to go down and like turn the one and kick her.
Oh,
It was
that's right. Please, my husband was killed by the Kraken. How dare you? That was good.
Winter and Vaclav might be evil.
I was like that. I was like, I want to know what Vaclav's going to do with the beggar. And I was like, wow, I was not expecting that.
That was great. Thanks, everybody.
Mhm.
My rose was the like coming out. My rose was hearing, because again I stepped away. I was kind of where it was interesting because Ian and I both stepped away for a moment when Ken was literally in character talking to Winter. So I heard from the hallway, oh well, it was Rosa. And, and I was like, oh my god. And I look and Vaclav's not there, Rosa's not there, and then I realized in game, like nobody was there. It was literally just Etch and Winter. And so finding out like how much power Rosa has and is like just not like she's a hot mess and has no idea, like she has a great heart, but like she every time it's like, okay, now do this, she's like Vaclav, what do I do? Even though she like hates every single time Vaclav like steps up. So that's been fun throughout the whole. So that was like my rose was like playing this weird, because I know what Tabby would do, but Rosa wouldn't do that. So like kind of letting it play out. The Bud is going back to Northport and reuniting with the family. And then the Thorn, for me, the Thorn is playing that balance of moving the storyline so that we can get to more, or the logistics. Like I hate the logistics of it. Like a lot of it was, what did I write down? I called it of my thorn, dismantling governments and then having restructures put into place. Because it's like logically, and I think all of us are like, no, cool, let's just like play it out. But then I've also been in enough campaigns with Dan as the DM of like, well, you didn't say that before. So I'm like, okay, well, we got to set it up then so that we still have a little bit of like say later, because we don't actually say what we are leaving things in charge with, which makes it hard because it's that like, how much do we just trust the process and continue the story? Is it gonna like bite us in the end? Or because like if we can't retcon too much and like decide, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, because it's like we're not hyper focused on just Starlight. We've also got Gilmore, and then we've got North Fork, and then we have other potential areas in the world. Um, Whereas like if you follow like the Tolkien stories or any of those types of adventuring, like the adventurers never become the government that they are dismantling. They're always just adventurers. And I don't know how to morally just leave that. Like, Peter, just take care of it. Like you can't just, that's the, I don't know. That's the thorn. I don't know what the balance is. But my play of the game, it goes to Ken playing Winter, like just totally being the yes man. The he's like, wait, no, tax them more. Like just this is the first time I've heard Vaclav say anything that actually is great. I just like he just like going all in with his character of like, no, the loot, like it, as subtle as it was, a lot of this episode was predicated on Winter's actions. Um, and I thought that was really, really a cool way that played out, because he wasn't necessarily like the mouthpiece. even though he tried to be in a lot of places. But it was really cool how you adapted your play for that, Ken, and I thought that was the play, your inspirational play of the game.
Thanks.
Yeah, I wanted to say I've been thinking about that too, Tabby. I think in the past I was definitely more of that, like, oh, you didn't say that, so I'm gonna like gotcha. Hopefully, I don't do that as much now. I've been trying to actively like fight those urges and more with rule of cool. But I'm always mixed on because I think some people will be like, ooh, D&D where we get to have like role playing meetings with different counselors instead of governments and bureaucracies. I think some people would probably enjoy playing that. I'm not getting the sense that our group would. So, but I do think mostly, you know, the heroes like show up and then they're like, oh, cool, I killed the monsters. You're in charge. And then they just leave. And like, we can do that too. But I also wonder too, it's not like our characters are like studied democracy and authoritarianism and like no history. They would just be like, well, we know the Baron and we're better than him. So like new Baron, like that might be, so I don't know how we want to do it or if we would like discover government or we just like fuck off and go adventure. So it's like tricky, right? To balance that.
Well, I was wondering the same thing, and I got to thinking about how, like, there are different factions in place, people and resistances that were already in place that are potentially trying to overcome that, and maybe they just like, there are heroes within these places that are like uh that step up, like the dwarves in North Fork who are like, actually, we've been working towards that. Thanks for helping us out. We've got this now. And somehow, like, working around that so we still have allies and it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. But there are contact points, like with Wakefield. I liked how you said, oh, yeah, we'll just take care of it. Wakefield's like, we got this. And is he necessarily like a great guy? No. But we can still talk to him. We still have access to him. And now,
Yeah, where it's more like you can be like, hey, I want this thing done. You can be like, hey, Wakefield, go do it. It's not like you have to be like, okay, write the posts that you're going to put on the lamp poles, and what's your diction going to sound like? What tone? Yeah, like it doesn't really matter. I'm almost wondering too now because I really liked that there was Wakefield, who is clearly I've like established that he's a little sketchy kind of a guy. He'll do it, but like he'll take his 20-30% or whatever. But I like that you were like, no, I'm going to go find this Keeter guy, and because of what I saw him do, I want him to be part of it too. Then I almost wonder if like in the event, like say we're off adventuring, something came up that I'd be like, oh, hey, Tabby, how would you like to react to this through Keeter? Like if your character or you as a player put someone in place, maybe then you get some agency in making choices in the future with them. I like something like that where it's not like, okay, you have to meet with your third meeting today of your meeting with the, those pesky Weaver union. They're like they're gonna strike soon or whatever. Like, no, we're gonna let all that stuff go. But like general strokes, I don't know. I'm thinking about that.
yeah.
We've never really done an empire builder quite like this, and that was part of what I set out to do. So this is like a natural outcome of that initial problem. But I like that idea.
Is that yours? You didn't? So my rose was that, and you literally just mentioned it, and Tabby was talking about it, but my rose is that literally like the political intrigue of this campaign now, like we solve the problem with the Kraken, but then we come back and just through a few words of Vaclav, we're like, oh shit, now we have a political problem at home too. So we've got the domestic front to deal with now. And like, so now we just kind of solved that. And now we have a bunch of followers, and how that worked out, I have no freaking idea, but I'm glad it did. And so I like that. I like that there's politics involved in this, not just like go kill stuff and that's your quest is kill stuff until you've solved the problem. So I like that. My bud is hopefully getting the family from North Fork back to Star Lake City and then like have more family stuff because I was really enjoying all of that stuff when we've done it before too. My thorn was just
I was very tired. I got very limited sleep, and therefore a lot of talking with a little bit of dice rolling was I freaking faded out. So kind of took us a long time to get through a couple things that could have been tightened up, but I didn't care. There were a couple times when I was looking at Tabby and I was like, you know, do we really need to do this? But like, if other people are into it, then cool, because sometimes I really like freaking dragging something out and working through it. So and then play of the game. Play of the game is Rosa getting more power without even knowing it, and like she's just like this, like like kind of trying to be like supportive and everything, and meanwhile she just keeps. She's not failing upward at all, but like she is upwardly mobile without aspiring to be upwardly mobile. It's just she keeps like something happens and she walks around the corner and then they're like, she did it, and Rose is like, what? Okay. So I think that that's awesome. I love watching that happen.
I was thinking she's like a C+ student when everyone else is like a D+ student.
Yeah, right.
She keeps setting the curve.
Yeah.
She's like, I didn't even do that good. She's just slightly better than everyone else.
60% or higher is an A.
Yep. C's get degrees, right?
That's right.
For sure. So for me, the rose was playing this and thinking about, like, I think Loki's looking at, like, okay, we have to maintain power and govern over all of this, but also, like, for me personally, it's remembering that, like, I don't have to go fix everything, and that isn't and saving every life isn't really what this character is supposed to do, which is a little bit different for what I usually play. And it's fun to play off of Rosa, who is, as a paladin still in that properly in that form, and me being like if it was, oh god, Vaclav killed a woman in front of hundreds of townspeople. How do we not turn that into the tiefling butchers?
Yeah, exactly.
That was my only thought there, and that was really fun to think about. Like, all right, what's happening here?
Yeah, that was really close to going. I thought your handling of that was very deft, actually.
And yeah, I was just like, okay, and like for the others, it was men that were being aggressive, especially against the kids.
Right.
And I was watching it going, I don't need to step into this fight, maybe just, but I don't think that the townspeople are going to turn against us for that one. But for the other one, I was like, does Vaclav just like use his shake dirt and this is the grave now?
I was like this close to just going it over and being like, so it's going to be this kind of government.
Right? And I was like, I know how that's going to turn out. We got hundreds of people watching us like kill an old lady who just probably doesn't want to pay taxes. So that's why I was like, all right, let me get her in, try and make it look like she didn't die here, and we'll deal with this later. and that was really fun.
Yeah, the weekend in Burning was very in character.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm fine.
It was perfect because you had the strength of the paladin lifting her up, and then the bard doing
just doing marionetting. Oh, I'll just be back soon, everyone.
Exactly. So that was definitely the rose for me. Bud is too. I want us to get to Gillimore and figure out a new spire, and so that's what I'm looking forward to. Whether or not we even go there, who knows?
Who knows?
And the only thorn that I have that, like, I probably could have been a little more forceful in what I was trying to guide things towards was, like, everybody's worried about the family and what's happening at North Fork, but I kind of feel like that's done unless it comes back to, oh no, the dead overran everything and they killed all your family and you were horrible for not taking care of that. Which I can see as an outcome, because it's like we've said, we're playing with blueberry scones now. So from that aspect, that's the only thorn to me, is like, oh, how do we like figure out the next step that doesn't, and I mean, part of it's just I guess the thorn isn't really the right thing. It's the tension in the game of, like, we want to go do this thing and do that thing, and how do we set that up so that it works out in the direction that we're hopeful of, but that's, we don't get to set that narrative. So anyway, that's kind of what I'm looking at as things are going forward. And then for play of the game, there were so many cool things. I would probably give it to well, I don't know. It's so mixed. Vaclav, for sure. I love the way that he kind of just threw out what, all this is over some weed that we don't even care about.
That's right.
And just give us some fish and we'll take it.
What did you call it? Stinkweed? Mudweed or something? Oh yeah, we'll give you some mudweed.
Mudweed, yeah.
2 tons for 2 tons. Done. Oh, that was when Travis was like, wait, 3 tons right after that.
Right? It was like, they agreed to that so bad?
Well, he was also like, it's in the water. Why don't you guys just go get it?
Yeah, that's right.
So that, and I really liked the way that the Winter played the whole dragon horde and finding the stuff, and I thought it was really funny, the Snowfall dropping gold from above to the whole town. that was really fun. But I like the way that the Winter kind of handled, like, I got to get back to my dragon horde, and I don't want other people to know about it, but I want other people to know about it.
Oh, that's his other line. Like, were you keeping this a secret? Well, I was gonna tell you. I just didn't yet, so it's not a secret because I was gonna. Yeah.
That was really cool.
Yeah. I think for me, yeah, I was a little worried about the session. I feel like I'm always a little worried about it. Just because I was like, there's so many different directions to go. How do I plan it, and where do I go? So definitely did not plan on having like the big reading outside of the spire with the whole townsfolk that you'd gathered. I thought that was pretty cool, and how that turned out, and I was really enjoying it. I was thinking about I was worried that there wasn't like a lot of combat and stuff, and a lot of like the battles and stuff were like not like they were close in like the typical D&D battle sense, more that like the narrative weight was close. Like Phoenix like engaging in battle. I was really surprised that Phoenix went and did that, or Winter like monoing like the racist guard. And like do the people back him up or not. I almost feel like those are more interesting choices than like which of my actions to do. So I was having a lot of fun like watching you guys struggle with that. And like Vaclav, that you were like, no, I'm not going to step in. I'm going to let him do this. I just thought like those pieces were really interesting. I think someone said it. I think you maybe did, Vaclav, about like just the weight of the narrative in those spaces felt really impactful in those choices. Or even that when Vaclav, you like accidentally killed the lady. I thought that was just so funny, and how that like turned out in that spot. What else was I going to say? That I was thinking too about what you were saying, Tabby, about like the level of government versus or management, and like the stories that I'm reading now, like in just a regular novel. You know, they go liberate a city, and then she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna let someone in my team stay and handle that while she goes off and battles the next group." And we could do that. I think I maybe need to tighten up how that looks, because I know, Travis, you said you enjoyed the political part, but then those are the parts that can like wear down. Maybe I'm just not as good at those parts, so maybe I just need to practice like skipping to the good pieces and not like getting bogged down in the not good pieces. I think is where I want to like practice with that, and I think it's harder for me with the political. What were you gonna say, Travis?
Oh, just like it's like broad strokes and that stuff.
Yeah,
It's really great. The minutia is like, maybe a few little comments or whatever, but then it's, you can easily just be like, okay, so, I see the direction you guys are going, this, and this happens. You can just freaking tell us what happens, like we don't have to play out every single thing.
We say that, but then you guys will be like, "Oh, I want to go get horses," or "Oh, I want to go look at my thing," and I'm like, "Okay, are you sure you want me to skip?" And they're like, "No, I need to know this thing for my character." And then other people are like, "Well, we bogged down." And I'm like, "Well, they were the one that wanted." So it's always like a balance, right? Of course, but I also know that I wasn't. It's trick too of when you're DMing, like how much do you push versus how much do you let. So again, I think I could have pushed more. It was also like I was getting hungry, and then as soon as my food came, I feel like I was able to be better. So I'm like, maybe I need to have my food sooner next time. So I was thinking about that. I think my favorite, I loved Winter's engagement with his horde and thinking about the dragon flying back and forth over a medieval city dropping gold, and how that would be like impacting your day. Like you're like, oh, the Baron died. What a bad day. Oh, everyone's recovering. Is that a little baby dragon? Was there just gold that fell out of the baby dragon? And then you're like, wait, I think it is. And then like everyone following and turning into this whole thing. I just like imagining what the city would be like on that day. I was like having a lot of fun with that. I think my other thing that I really liked, was that like in the previous campaign, you guys were all like heroes. So when I presented you with a problem, I knew you would choose like the lawful good path, and everyone would be good and it would be happy. And when you like, I felt like you'd try to do the hero the best thing.
We're psychotic.
Well, I felt like it was maybe you guys are more predictable. Maybe.
Okay.
This time though, I feel like I have like no idea what you guys are going to be choosing, and I am like along for the ride as Vaclav is telling everyone about taxing them and making them all say that they're going to be assholes and stuff, and just moving around. I was just like, or when Winter and Phoenix started attacking the people in the town that said they were going to fight, I was just like not expecting those things, and it was way more interesting, I think, than I've had in other games, because I don't think you guys are out to be like, oh, I'm going to mess up Dan's plan, I'm going to like break the game. I think you're like, I'm going to play my broken character to the T, and it's just really interesting what you guys like come up with, and that's really enjoyable to like watch. And I think the characters are really interesting. I also really like this dynamic of Vaclav and Rosa, of like both being the face of the group, but like differently. So like Vaclav will like talk to the king, but then sometimes Rosa will butt in, and then I just really enjoy those little mixes between. So yeah, I have a lot that I was having fun, but agree with the bogged down and stuff as well. Play of the game, I think for me the biggest part was the speeches. I was really enjoying your off the cuff speeches as Vaclav. Was really fun for me to like think about how the town would be reacting and stuff. And it was very medieval dictator style speeches, D&D-esque, and I felt like you were just like nailing the tone for that. So I was really enjoying that. Cool. So let's see. And we also need to remind each other more to do the inspiration while we're playing.
Oh, yeah.
I think we did that once. But you guys can always, it doesn't have to just be me to do it. And I feel like there were probably a couple that we should have done and did not call out. But let's see. We have Winter, Phoenix, Vaclav, Winter, Rosa, Vaclav, Winter. Sounds like Vaclav and Winter both have a lot. Why don't you guys both take it if you don't have it?
Yes, I do not have it.
I want to call out Loki for the Weekend at Bernie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because I think killing her in front of the whole town, that could have gone really bad. I was expecting
Yes.
some pretty quick backlash, but your quick thinking and recovery there was pretty instrumental. And I also just thought that somebody had Revivify. I was shocked that. I was like, oh, no, she's dead.
That's so funny.
And you're like, oh, well.
The GM's like, what? She's just dead.
And we were all like, yeah, I don't have anything.
But then you found the priestess and brought her inside, and I was like, that's so perfect. I would have never even thought of that. So I just give you guys hard stuff, and then you find a way around it. I don't ever think about what you're going to do. What if you had just buried her and just pretended she wasn't there? Like, I don't even know. Like, oh, that would be crazy. But cool. For next time, Ken, you said you're super busy coming up on Sundays, or is that different? Or
Busy next weekend, yeah.
oh, not like all the next Sundays, but just next Sunday for sure.
Yeah, next Sunday for sure.
Do you know any farther than that, or you have to go find out more schedule stuff?
I don't. I'm hoping 20th I'm good. But
Is everyone free the 20th? If that does work?
Sure.
I think that should be good.
Cool. We'll say tentative 20th, unless Ken, you let us know that something is different?
yeah, I'll let you know if that changes. Thanks.
Awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop our little recording and our stream.